Hello, welcome to the stream. Hello, welcome. How's it going? Happy Tuesday. I'm still stuck in the cave. We're still in the darkness cave. Welcome to the stream. We got a little bit more Siren 2 to play. Hello, everybody. We can't get out of spooky, scary gaming mode. Not until we finish this game. I finished the game, but we're not finished with the game, if that makes any sense. We beat the game, but now it's time to play the game after beating the game, because some games you beat the game, but there's still more game in the game after you beat the game. And this is one of those games that there's more game in this game after you finish the game. So we're going to play some more game. I hope that's clear. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Hello. Happy Tuesday. I love it when my games have more games in them. I really enjoyed this game. Had a great time with it. In fact, I liked it so much that I want to keep playing it after finishing it. Because there's some loose ends. There's some things to do. There's some post-game game to play. We're not going to do everything in this game. There's some secrets, some unlockables that require a bit too much effort for the payoff. So we're not going to do everything, but there's still more I want to do. Welcome to the stream, everybody. We got to go back in. We got to go back in. One more time. This will probably be a fairly short stream relative to the other ones. Hopefully we can... I don't know why I say hopefully. We'll probably be able to knock all this out in like a couple hours. It depends, though. We'll see how it goes. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Hello, Alana Ray. Hello, Dracados. Good to see you. Hello, Tango Bunny. Hello, SG Bew. Hello, Dino, please. Welcome. Rubber Kitty. Hello. Thank you for the big Noid. Always look... I enjoy seeing the Noid. Makes me quite happy. He's my spirit animal. Duck Admire. Hello. Neck. Hello. Chunko Bunkum. Hello. Damn it, Baines. Hello. The biker gang is visiting one of their members in the hospital after his accident. How'd you even crash? Well, it was late at night and I was a bit buzzed. I saw a pair of idiots riding on either side of the road. Thought I would just slip past them and it would be fine. And it was a car. I don't get it, Baines. Flew over my head. It's too big brain. Burzel, hello. Crushing Ceiling, hello. Buried Salmon, hello. Retro Brindle, hello. Doplopless, hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. We've played Siren. Played Siren 2. We gotta play more Siren 2. I don't know what else to say, really. I like this game a lot. Because the game is structured and the story is told in such an interesting and unique way, that being with the non-linear jumping between character and character perspective back and forward in time, because it's told in the way where it's where you are essentially assembling pieces of a puzzle to understand what the story is. All this time we've been operating without full information. So simply for the sake of closure, although this may not be this may not give us a definitive answer to everything, there's still a couple pieces of information that I desperately want to see. So we're going to play some more. We have to pick up some archive entries and some levels. We got to read a website. We got to find another website and read a story. There's an external short story which we gotta read. I even got a YouTube video queued up we can watch. I guess we just get into it. Hey, Smebble Bear, Bob Sky, welcome. Yeah, one of the things you have to do, like Alonry says, you gotta speedrun all the levels in the game. And there's like 95 levels, and you have to speed run them under a certain time to get a 10-second video clip. And I don't think I'm going to do that. I just don't think I'm going to do that. I hate to break it to you all. I just don't think I'm going to do that. I like this game. I just don't think I'm going to do that. Not in the day with YouTube and internet where other people have done that. We can just look at the reward. Let's jump over here. Oh, look, there's my... Why is that one appearing? PCSX2. We got Siren 2. How do I play the game? There we go. 28 hours, 56 minutes on the clock. That Grandia game, not a big fan. I didn't finish it. Grandia Extreme. There we go. There's the moaning and groaning I've been missing. This game, dude. Oh, beautiful. So here's our save file. Let's go back in. So yeah, there's a number of things we have to do. Oh, Arisato, welcome. We'll start the timer. Most notably, the most time-consuming thing is we have to get all of the archive entries here. Similar to the first game, a lot of the story is told through these archive entries. These are collectibles that you find scattered throughout the individual missions, and then you can examine them in more detail between levels, and they kind of flesh out the story and the lore and give you little tidbits of information. As you can see, there's a couple gaps here. I went on Game FAQs and pulled up a list of where all these are. So we gotta hunt all these down. Number 98 down here, not number 99, not number 100, number 98. You can only get this one after you collect all the others. I'm sure it's going to be very important. We also have to finish Kunatoris. I've only played 2 of the 3 stages on Kunatoris. We gotta finish Kunatoris. And yeah, I guess we just get started. Again, there's time trials as well, but there's so many levels. Each level's got multiple missions, and apparently there's even a super secret unlock if you do the time trials on every mission on hard mode as opposed to normal mode. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just not gonna. Let's get to it. Archives 12 and 13 we'll find on Mamoru's stage -3, mission number 2. -3, Mamoru, mission 2. Oh, a wrong button. Yeah, I speedrun this one. I got one. So we have to get to the turtle hole in under 4 minutes to find an item. I want to watch these cutscenes when we dip back into these stages. What jump scared him? The metal, I believe, is in the turtle hole. I think? I don't know.
What's going on?
Here we go. Going back in. I got hung up on the corner. So this might be the level where I have to repair this. I think this is the level where I have to repair the ladder there. One of the cool things about the way the story's told in the non-linear fashion is you can rewatch early game cutscenes and replay early game stages, and later information kind of recontextualizes the things that you've seen earlier. So there is a strong incentive for the player to go back and replay stuff. So it's very interesting, because none of this makes any sense. For the longest time. Turn that off. I think I have a pretty good idea as to what the story is about and what's going on. So this door, I think, is locked. Can't even interact with it. On this level, for starters, we have to run over here, get my precious scantling. Bash this open. Okay, I remember this mission. Here's Yuri. Yuri is one of the...
Hey, are you alright?
avatars of the mother? A simulacra? A fake person? But she's also a copy of a real person?
Where?
Are you hurt?
What is it?
I see what's going on. Stay here and keep hidden.
He's after me. Please, help.
Let's get the key. Go bash this dude. I hope watching these cutscenes doesn't eat up my time in the speed run. I want to watch them. So for some reason, whenever everybody arrives at this island, there's random Shibito zombies just everywhere. I don't think that ever really gets explained too well. Now we go this way. Where am I going? Okay, I need to go into this building to get the iron pipe from the locker. And then I need to go out to both the dolphin... There's something in the dolphin here? Oh, I already missed it. We'll have to replay the level again. Then I need to run to the turtle hole here. Okay, okay, go back. Locked from the inside. We gotta go up. Gotta kick the floor vent. A locked locker. Okay, this is the ultimate weapon. Go out this way. Who the heck? I probably could have just ran away from this guy. Especially if I'm looking at time being an issue. Helicopter. Okay, there's a button to jump off the ladder. I've never used that before. I think I was too slow. So picking up the medal right there is the end of the mission. There's an item in here, an archive entry that only shows up in here, because if you recall multiple streams ago, there was a baby turtle that one of the characters found here in the turtle hole. And you have to pick up and save the baby turtle in a different level, so that on this level you can make it here and find something. I guess I went too slow. So we have to do it again.
Oh, this is...
Alright, so let's speed run this now. Kenai 29 years ago.
You think he's over here? Hey, Shu, slow down.
Look! Are you dead?
Creepy little cutscene of Shu and his father searching for treasure in the turtle hole, as you do, and coming across Kenai washed up on the shore. And Kenai looks identical to Shu's mother because his mother drowned in the sea, and the sea god was able to create a new body that looked like his mom and return it to land to try and convince Shu as a child to open the underworld to free the mother. It's very spooky. Let's go back in. I guess I should turn on time trial mode just to check my time. Okay, so now we're skipping cutscenes. We gotta go fast. My notes just say turtle hole. Get to turtle hole in 4 minutes. Go.
What's going on?
Hey, Son Goku, Booster, welcome. Hosanna, hello. It is pretty creepy. Just hanging out with your kids, searching for treasure, having fun, and then you see what appears to be your dead wife washed up on the turtle hole. I don't know if I'd like that. It's one thing I don't quite understand yet, and I'm hoping some of the things we come across will kind of fill in the gaps. And maybe I need to rewatch a lot of the movies to understand. But, like, essentially there's 2 separate factions of bad zombies. The Shibito, which is just the standard stock variety undead zombies,
He's after me.
who are the enemies you fight in the first game. Like this guy. This is a Shibito. These are not in league with the mother. The person the entity who is who is creating replicas of people and sending them to this island to free her, is somehow different than the Shibito, the zombies which are already here. And I'm not really sure why there's just zombies already here. Like, are they part of the Otoshigo? A different super Eldritch Sea entity that's also just sending out zombies just for fun? Because it's bored and evil? How does this relate to the blood tsunami? Does the blood tsunami, is that from the mother? That seems to only allow people to have the power of sight jacking. But does that also create the zombies? The Shibito? But why? There's some connections I don't understand yet. Alright, hopefully we're speedrunning fast enough here. Like, are we currently displaced in time? Does that happen the instant anybody arrives on the island? Or does that only happen after the blood tsunami? I think that only happens after the blood tsunami. I think we are technically in... There's nothing here. Oh dear. Surely I went fast enough. Like, there's no way to go faster than that. Alright, I'm gonna have to pull up game FAQs again. Hold on. Siren 2. Guides. Archive item. We're looking for number 13. You have to save the turtle in the turtle hole in Kanai's 1 o'clock mission objective 2. Then in Mamoru's mission, you have to get to the turtle hole within 4 minutes. I've done that. Oh, I guess I haven't done that yet. So let's do... Restart. Yo, Dragon Facts, welcome. I would not consider this game a waste of time. I think this game is super fun. But thank you. I'm happy you enjoy watching. There's something down here that I've missed. A slip of paper tossed about by waves. Missing person poster. So this little missing person poster only shows up in mission 2. Yuri Kishida was last seen at Sanzu Harbor on August 10, 2003, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Despite intensive search efforts, Miss Kishida remains missing. Last seen wearing red cardigan and camisole. If you have any information or may have seen Yuri, please contact local authorities. So the girl we find locked up in a shack on this island, this is our hint that something is off with her. She's been missing for years before the game takes place, before the game even starts. And we just happen to find her, just in a shack on a deserted island. So we need to, I guess, play a different stage first. Kanai, 1 o'clock. Kanai's -1. Mission objective 2. So we have to go to the turtle hole and save the turtle on this mission and then play that level again with a different character.
You're not getting away. Please, let me through. That boy, Shu is waiting for me. He's all alone. What are you talking about? Wait! You can't escape? Somebody, help!
So Tomoe, Ota, knows that Kanai is a witch. She's a sea beast. Recreation. She's not a real person. But she kind of is. And so she's one of the native villagers who's trying to stop her from being evil and opening the underworld. But the way these cutscenes are told and framed, it's that the villagers are evil and we're playing as a good person. But in fact, we are currently playing as evil.
Got to hurry. Have to get Shu.
Okay, this map. I don't really remember this one very well. Going the wrong way. Can I just walk this way? Yeah.
Can I?
Now we need to get the octopus pot and bash Sunio on the head with it. There's a spot we can hide Shu. So we're playing as Kanai, trying to escape from the villagers who seem evil or bad. But really they know that Kanai is a witch, and so they're trying to they're trying to get her out of this island. Oh, her hands are all bloody. So this is after Kanai killed Shu's father. Oh my goodness. And if you look at the pylon, which showed up earlier, I think this is canonically taking place 29 years in the past, I believe. I think the blood tsunami is what pulls the island out of time or into the different dimension. I don't know where I'm going. You just stand there, little kid. Okay, I think I have to go up this way. Yeah, there's the pylon there. So you can see the pylon off in the distance, but there's no red swirling lights above it. So we're not yet in the Hell Dimension. This is technically the real world on Yamajima Island before all of the villagers and everybody on it disappeared. Can I go up this way? Oh, this is back here. no idea where I am or where I'm supposed to go. Where the heck is Sunio? I think this is him. No? Maybe? Can I just go this way? Isn't this gonna walk right into him? Hello. I thought there was a way to get around him. This is... dude. This map is so confusing. That's what happens when I stop playing it for a single day. I forget everything about it. So I'm supposed to get up here to pick up the octopus pots and toss them over the ledge to take care of Tsunio, and then we can bring the kid this way. So we're making our way to the lighthouse. The lighthouse is here. But we have to take a detour into the turtle hole on the way to the lighthouse. Okay. Just through that door. How in the world do I get to the octopus pots? This doesn't go that way. Out of stamina. Hey, Toishio, welcome. Hello. I'm still playing this game. Trying to find some secrets. Some post-game secreties. I can't interact with this. I guess I have to actually use the game's mechanics. Okay. So we gotta sneak past this guy. Well, I guess now's my chance. Okay, it's that easy. Just wait for him to walk into a corner and sneak by him. Go this way. Close that. Okay, that's all I need to do. I think the octopus pots are... I don't remember. Are they in here? There we go. I'll get 3 of these just in case I miss. So he walks out here, he turns there. I'm just gonna turn. Dude, just. Not yet. He's directly underneath me. I just need him to walk forward here. Yeah. And give him some of that. And he's dead. Before we can move further, though, we gotta go get the kid. Who was left right over here. Up here. Child cannot jump across this, but we can. Lay this across for him. Why? Child took a different route than me. I guess I ran too far ahead of him. Journal. All right. Have to do a little bit more shenanigans here. There's a guard just outside this door. I gotta do the oldest trick in the book. Gotta take the batteries from my kid's brother's toy to turn on the radio. That's Shu. This guy. So he's distracted. Where the heck is the stupid kid? There he is. We gotta go. Oh my goodness. Oh, there you are. Come on. So no Yamibito at this point. This is pre-Blood Tsunami. This is pre-Gates of Underworld. Let's take a detour into the turtle hole. And there, little baby turtle. Little turtle is struggling on its back. Save the turtle. Beautiful. So I mentioned this when I first came across the baby turtle, but it's interesting how there's no prompt that says that unlocked anything. But that unlocks a new thing when we replay this stage, or the stage I was trying to do. Kid, come on, come on. Here we go.
Shoo, over here.
Drag welcome. I never did figure out what throwing all those fire extinguishers did. I want to watch this. I'm not going to skip very many of these cutscenes.
Here she is! The witch is over here!
You've nowhere to run.
I'm scared, can I?
It's over.
Oh, it ain't over.
Father? What's that noise?
So I guess the idea is that blood tsunami was caused specifically because Kanai fell into the water? And the tsunami it plunges into the island, and that's what causes everybody to disappear. And the island itself gets copied or pulled into the hell dimension. And this kind of is the beginning of the time loop. So that took place at -1 hour before the blood tsunami. So now we jump over here to this level, which is 3 hours before the blood tsunami, but it's also 29 years later than the events we just played. This is also on the real island, in the real world island, I should say. But it's like every 29 years for some reason. In the real world, another blood tsunami happens, or maybe it's annual. But we just saw the first one. I'm pretty sure. I gotta skip these.
What's going on?
So now we should definitely be able to speedrun this. We got 4 minutes to make it to the turtle hole. I'm all practice. I played this level twice. Third time's the charm. If I fail this time, I wonder if I have to always replay the one I just did to save the turtle first before I can make another attempt at it here. Maybe. It's like, I know I've saved that turtle before. So yeah, can I save the turtle, which happened at -1, which you assume is 2 hours after what we're seeing right now, but in reality that's 1 hour, it's -1 hour before the blood tsunami, but also 29 years in the past. So there should be like an adult turtle that we're going to come across.
He's after me.
Get the key.
Please, help.
It's complicated, it is. Oh, I went the wrong way. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Okay, this way. Which I guess is also why that vent is able to be kicked through, because we have to turn the... You gotta turn the little valve to cause dripping, to corrode the vent. Excuse me, to corrode the vent to make it possible for someone else to kick through it. But that has been dripping for 29 years. Instead of just like a couple minutes. I have no idea where Yuri is, but that's fine. I'm out of stamina. Oh, it might not be fine. This could be game over. Hurry up, dude! Turtle! Oh my god, I just missed it? We got it! Alright, end the mission. Dude. That was pretty tight. Like, that seemed like I went way faster than 4 minutes. Alright, good stuff. Yamigame. Is that a turtle? Is it just going to be a turtle? Turtle. Whoa! Is that a Devilman reference? Turtle inhabiting the coastline of Yamajima Island in the Shikai region, an area known among seafarers as the site of several shipwrecks. This location, coupled with the strange markings on the turtle's shell, which are said to resemble a facial expression of rage, has spawned a myth that the turtle is inhabited by the vengeful spirits of those who were lost at sea. In the past, fishermen feared that the turtles were cursed. Hence, they were known to go so far as to cut their precious fishing nets to release any Yamigami turtles that were snared in them. Cool turtle. That's so spooky. Awesome. Alright. Now we need to get number 18. Shu Makami -3. I probably don't need to save it every opportunity. Alright, so 2 archives down. And it's only taken half an hour. Not all of these will be slow like that. Some of these will be really quick. Shu Makami -3. Mission number 2. At the Aonoku settlement, there's something to find. Oh, we're in the Aonoku settlement. I didn't write down any more detail. Check the fish box storage shed. Okay.
Daddy,
Uh-huh.
your job is looking for treasure, right?
Yeah.
You know, I'm really good at that too. I found lots of treasure today.
Is that right? So, shall we go treasure hunting tomorrow?
Yeah. I wish Kanai could play outside with us too.
Good night, Shu.
Night.
I don't know if they ever directly state it, but Kanai can't play with them outside. I think because she's sensitive to sunlight is the idea. Like all the Yamibito are sensitive to light. It's kind of a clue. Another clue. And even when we were just playing as Kanai, she didn't have a flashlight. Interesting. She's like one of the only characters that doesn't have a flashlight, now that I think about it.
Daddy, no!
Okay, so we need to go down to the Fisherman's Shack, which is the other way. Uh-oh.
Over here!
Well, I'm dead. Dude, you're not gonna bash a kid with that, are you? No. Alright, I'll play along for a little bit.
Does it hurt? Oh, are you okay?
Oh, yes, Shu. I'm fine. I'm sorry. So sorry.
Stay close and follow me. This place.
That's how I need to go. Okay, just keep following her.
Oh,
They're gonna sneak through. So I gotta somehow get down here, but there's a guard here and a guard here. I might just be able to run past this guy. If I go any further in the mission... Here we go. There's two of them! Oh, no. Never. Get juked! Okay, there's something down here. I just gotta find it real quick. Get away from me! No! I couldn't find it. Fish box storage shed in front of the fishing shack towards the sea bank. Well, let's try again. I feel like it should be possible to get through this way. Oh, dang it. Not like that. I'm gonna try one more time. I don't think this way is possible. I might have to go through all those steps just to get another attempt at this. Just blast right by him. Get wrecked.
Over here!
Yes! Old piece of paper. I won't be back tonight since Old Man Ota has orders us out. It's his decision. We have no choice. It's up to us to protect our island from defilement. Whatever you do, do not go out tonight. Leave the lights off. Don't listen to anything. Make sure you follow these instructions to the letter. I'll be back in the morning. Tomorrow is Yasuo's birthday. I've hidden the bicycle he wanted in the storage closet. I can't wait to see his face when I give him the bike. I got bad news for you, buddy. You're gonna become a zombie. You're getting zombified. Okay. Item number 34 is the next one. Mamuro 0. Mission number 2.
about them. What the hell's going on? What was that?
You witch! What are you doing still alive? Have some sort of trick up your sleeve, didn't you?
Stop that! This way!
Somebody help! Over here!
Acquire hair ornament. Alright, so this is the level that
What's going on here?
was initially the introduction to sight jacking.
Close your eyes.
This is immediately after the blood tsunami, so we are now pulled into... Yep. We are in the alternate version of the island that is outside of time. We're in hell, or rather some... maybe not hell directly, we're in an alternate dimension replica of the island. I think looking at the pylon there is the indication. The red swirling clouds means, surprisingly, that this is a bad place. So Tomoe of 29 years ago is still here. Hasn't aged a day. Because in her perspective, it's only been a couple hours? No, it's only been like minutes after the blood tsunami. She recognizes Yuri as the witch because Yuri's got the same face as Kanai. What am I trying to do? We have to do the bowling ball shenanigans in this mission. I don't... Okay, that's right. We need to get into this shack, use the monkey wrench on the vent, and roll the bowling ball down. I have to get the bowling ball from in here first. Okay. This wrench is so garbage. I could have just snuck by him and grabbed the ball. Oh my goodness! Get off me, man! This weapon sucks! How is he not? This is the strongest zombie ever made. Oh my god. That was insane. Stone ball. That was jacked. You dingus man. That's a dingus man over there. I don't want to fight him. Can I open this? Careful. Watch out for the dingus man. Yeah, it's interesting, Booster, with the whole copies, the simulacra, whatever you want to call them. It's like, I think that maybe when they're first created, they retained some memories of the person that they were created from. And like, they're not just a pure demon of evil. Because the girl, Soji's girlfriend as well. Soji's girlfriend from before the game is one of those copies. And she just wants to live her life in peace outside the island. Oh, dude. But she was tracked down and slaughtered, yeah, by the fake Yuri. So somehow the mother of them all is able to create multiple. Well, that went miserably.
Close your eyes. Yes. Wait.
Okay. Wait there. Let's wait for this guy to sit down and start chewing. Okay. I'm not going to bash him this time. Let's grab this. And see, and if Kanai is just a copy of Shu's mother, when she first arrived, she might just want to hang out with Shu and the family. But then at the same time, how does that explain, how does that jive with the fact that she also ruthlessly murders Shu's dad? I don't know. There's still some missing pieces here. Maybe they just have like lapses in sanity and go evil harvester mode. I guess we don't actually see what the inciting incident is that causes her to kill the dad. Okay, we got this person, so let's not get seen by that person with the pipe. Same with you, I don't want to get seen by you. Somebody saw me. Oh, they saw me. Oh, I need to get the key for that first, which is back a room and upstairs. Oh my... No, it's right up there. It's right up there. Okay. Oh, we got him. Dude, drop your freaking thing! Thank you. So now I can fight them. Oh my goodness, I thought. Yes. The power of the pickaxe. Wait, this is the wrong way. I'll relearn this. Just gotta relearn these maps. Here's the key I'm looking for. This level's so goofy. So now we're picking up Tomoe's hair ornament in order to proceed deeper into the level, or into the game. Her hair ornament is in a ventilation shaft down there. Just let me just dispel this spooky ghost here, this little spiritual demon. Oh, whoops. Walked right past it. No time to waste. Oh dear. Who wants some? Oh my goodness! Let go of her! No harvesting. No harvesting. Oh dear. This is bad. I said no harvesting. No! There really is not a single checkpoint in this mission.
Feel around you with this.
Okay, I'm not even going to bring her with me. I'm just going to tell her to wait there at the start. This guy we can just sneak by. Might as well be speedrunning. I should have used. I should be doing time trial mode. It's gonna take just as many efforts just to replay these missions once to get these items as it would to get the time trial unlock. Okay. Go. There's this guy here. We gotta bash this guy. Did he drop his? Nope, he still has his trowel. Hold on, sir. Please, just sit tight. Thank you. Grab the key. Yeah, the item we're trying to get to complete the mission is that hair ornament up there. Why Tomoe's hair ornament has ended up inside the ventilation duct, the world may never know. It's just one of those mysteries. You're just gonna have to accept it. I guess it washed away in the blood tsunami. And just that's where it ended up. I don't actually know if she was wearing it, or if you can even see it pre-tsunami or not. Now the game's getting real silly. How else would you get an ornament out of the duct? Well, grab this giant ancient stone ball and roll it through the vent. Definitely don't just like jump or just reach into the vent. No, no. Trace the vent uphill, find a loose screw, use your monkey wrench that you picked up 5 hours ago to unscrew the duct, and then grab this bowling ball from like ancient prehistoric times and roll it down there. Knock that bad boy loose. This could be bad. So if you inspect that hair, if you inspect the hair ornament, the mission ends. There's an archive entry if I find the ball and inspect that again. There it is. How'd it get all bloody? What? How'd it get all bloody? Oh, that unlocked the encyclopedia. Okay. Encyclopedia of Japanese, UMA. I'm not sure what that stands for. Writer Shinichi Amamoto. Chapter 44, Isolated Islands and Archipelagos. Isolated islands in Japan are a treasure trove for unidentified mysterious animals. Oh, the cat! A giant Yamipicaria cat sighted on Yamajima Island. Based on reports that the cat has a tendency to collect bright objects, traps were prepared to ensnare the beast. Fact or fiction? A boy, the younger brother of twins, claims his cheek was torn by the razor-sharp claws of the Yamipicaria cat. Cat! There's a devil cat! It's a cryptid! Did the stone ball smash the devil cat? Is that what happened? Alright, well, we got it. How bizarre. Just for the sake of it, since I'm right here. I want to rewatch this ending cutscene.
From before.
Okay, so he recognizes that as being Tomoe's. I kind of want to just go through and rewatch all of the cutscenes in the game. Now that I kind of have a better idea of the big picture and what these characters are up to at any given instance in time.
My hair ornament. My father's gift to me. The hair ornament. What do you want?
Shibito! Oh, she's dead. So, I guess the native people of the island are just immune to becoming Shibito? Like, even though she was scared by the Shibito and ran off the edge and died, like, the way that cutscene ended, there's the spooky spirit, like, coming up to possess her. But we never see her. I guess we do see her as a Shibito. She does come back as a Shibito, as a zombie. And then later, once the gates of the underworld are opened, that dark presence, the Shibito, gets supplanted by the Yamire instead. And that's when she transforms into her chicken demon mode. I still don't understand why there's both, why the Shibito are even here. I guess they're just, you know, they're just hanging out in the demon world. But there's one on the island before it gets pulled into the demon world. Well, I guess no. This is, I guess, never mind. This is current day -3. So the island got washed away 29 years in the past. And that event might have been what caused Shibito to appear on the island. Maybe they're just roaming around aimlessly. Item number 38. We need to go to Akiko at 00. Mission number 1. So Akiko, what's her story? She came to the island with Soji. She's a clairvoyant fortune teller. And she turns into a demon because she uses her clairvoyancy to look into the past and sees Kanai in the past, and Kanai's spirit, or the ancient mother, demon mother's spirit, uses that clairvoyancy to possess Akiko. She has a bad ending.
No, don't look! What? Where am I? What happened? What happened to that tsunami? What's going on? And where's Soji?
Look at me. So she's eating some fruit they just find, some wild berries. That's actually going to be relevant later.
Not usually like that.
In the most insane way. That's actually going to be relevant, what we just saw. Okay, this is truck level.
What's happening?
Outside of building B, there's an item. That's all my notes say. Outside of building B, somewhere around this building, there is something. A good bit to the left of the exit of the first mission. Okay, so like up here, looks like, this general area. Let's get trucking. Tutorials, dude, get out of here. Just replay the game. Skip. Oh, I drove in the wrong direction. We're in tutorial mode, not game mode. Okay. It's not really an issue on a first-time playthrough. Like, it didn't bother me whatsoever. But the tutorials are really very much on rails. Like, do this, now you have to do this, you have to do this. If you deviate whatsoever from the tutorial, it just warps you back into it. it's not a problem at all for a first time playthrough, but on replays here, when I'm trying to do things other than the tutorial, it does get in the way. Oh, dude! Case in point. I can't just leave the car there because we're still in tutorial mode. Like, this is still tutorial mode. That's very funny. I guess we'll just go in here. Soji? I don't know where Soji is. Soji?
Whoa!
Found
You're
him.
here! What's going on? This is just too much.
This is just too much. Soji's the best. One of the main reasons for replaying these levels and getting all these secrets is to get some closure on Soji's story. He's the only character that survives the events of the game that we haven't actually seen in an ending. Everybody else either is dead or turns into a demon, or goes full Rambo in the darkness world. Soji's still mysterious.
Wait, wait!
You drive.
What? You are joking.
I've only got a motorcycle license.
No way! I may have a car license, but I don't drive, okay?
Look, I don't know a single thing about cars, so would you just hurry up and drive?
Okay, maybe now I can go get the thing. Yes! Oh, wait, he's coming back for more. There's your honk. Fairly standard honk. Okay, so there's... Inspect the wire screen. That's bad. It's not over here. Is this gunman? Alright, he's dealt with. I'll take this. It must be down this path. I'll probably have to get rid of this guy first before I can inspect it. Yeah, we're supposed to do this. Because he's got a gun, which is why it's so dangerous to run down there. Come on, buddy. Oh dear. I think we're about to find out. Dude! I want to pull him out. I want to run him down. Oh, dude! Oh, he's good. He's good. He's got that knee-high barrier that protects him. Get him, Soji! Thank you. Get him, Soji! Get him! Gaming. Ripe with fruit that looks poisonous. Bayami Akebi. So at the start of the mission, we had a vision of Soji eating this fruit. Akebi is a deciduous climber. This particular variety is only found on Yamajima Island. The vine is noted for its distinct, bittersweet fruit. Ingestion of the fruit requires some caution due to its hallucinogenic effects, as well as its strong laxative properties. Delightful. Just delightful. It's poop fruit that'll loosen you up, but also make you trip out. Alright. Poop fruit. Moving right along. We got 2 more to pick up. Number 40 and 42 are both in the same missions. Let's get out of here. Oh, let's finish off the mission just to watch the cutscene. Spirit. Oh, Misawa. I think Misawa might be my favorite character. Was it Pierre Taki, the actor? Excellent work. He's so mysterious. Like, what is his deal? Why is he just watching the phone? Is he on drugs right now? I think he's not on drugs yet. Oh, that's right. That was just a dream. Oh, mysterious. Dude, the faces are so good. They're so good. It has such an uncanny effect with like the real photos of actors on like PS2 era polygon models. It's so good. Okay, so now we're going over to Ichiko. 1 o'clock. We're gonna get a lot more of her story later on. In the dark cabin, Ichiko looks around in fear. She freezes as she's suddenly struck by a horrible pain in her head. Mission 1. This one might take a few tries here. This level might be a bit tricky.
Ichiro? Noriko? Where's everyone? What was that? I don't understand.
So Ichiko is a little schoolgirl who is riding this boat in the year 1986, a ferry boat, coming home from a tennis tournament. And I guess they got caught up in the blood tsunami as well. Maybe they came too close to Yamajima Island and just happened to be at the same time when the blood tsunami was coming. And so this boat gets ripped out of time along with the island. And she also fell overboard.
Where's everybody?
So we're not actually playing as her, we're playing as a recreation of her, a ghostly demonic entity. But this one turns into what's this face? The giant demon lord? Not the mother demon lord, but the other demon lord? Otoshigo? Like I just don't get it. Why are there two battling demon lords, both possessing and recreating people from the sea with like separate motives? I don't know. I think there's multiple demon lords. I think there's multiple demon lords. Okay, so we're back on the boat, everybody's favorite level. We need to go to second class cabin on the first floor, so there's an item to find in here. And there's also an item in the second floor up here. Apparently there's a running Shibito. There's a dude who's just running around. We have to find him and we gotta kill him. There's just a dude running around. And he'll drop an item which we can use. So, first things first, we gotta go sneak mode. Where is this guy? Okay, he's looking at the brush. This is a good opportunity to get out of here. Oh, I think I'm dead. I did not go sneak mode very well, but everything's fine. Never punished. Do we use the phone? Somebody saw me. No? Nobody answering. Is there a key here? That's right. So I don't even have a weapon yet. I gotta find a weapon. Gotta wait for this guy to turn. I guess that brush might be the weapon I need to pick up. This level may take a few tries. Is this man not going to turn? There we go. Gotta wait for this guy. Somebody just saw me. No? Oh, that's not the person I thought it was. Okay, so we should be able to find something in this room here. Oh, hello. It's not what I wanted to find. Oh dear! Get him, little child. Alright, we got him on the ropes. Yeah, this is footsies here. A couple more hits. Oh dear! No harvesting! Please, no harvesting. Careful. Careful. So a lot of things in this game, like mechanically speaking, a lot of things in this game are tied to animations, or you have to wait for animations to play out before you can move, or enemies to stun them. Like here I'm stun locking him. The way it works is because when he's in his walking animation, you can stun him. But if he's recoiling from damage, I can't stun him. Like, you can't chain him. You can't just attack to keep him permanently locked down. You have to wait for him to finish his stagger animation, or his recoil animation, and begin walking again. And then you can attack and stun him. I don't think he's going to drop his weapon. There, I was a little too late. He started his attack animation. I couldn't stun him out of it. And the same holds true for the player. Like, it makes controlling the movement in this game a little bit awkward and clumsy, but a lot of things that you can do are based on animations playing out. Like, you gotta sit there and just wait for certain animations to end before you can continue moving. Like, the game doesn't feel very smooth to play, because a lot of things are tied to watching animation frames play out. Dude, I can't investigate the item I need while he's here. How the heck am I gonna get a weapon? Oops. If I can't beat up a zombie, Gotta figure out how to get a weapon somehow. Nah, I might have to go grab that broom. That's probably it. Dude! I'm almost dead. I just want to get this one item. Because this one here does not require a weapon. Okay, this should get me enough distance to lose him. No time to waste. Okay. A letter tucked inside. It might already be too late. Oh, get juked, idiot! That guy right there. Nope. Not that guy. There is apparently a running Shibito that we have to find and beat up. Who starts... Okay, I'll have to bring up the FAQ. Number 42. He's standing in the second floor entrance. If you come close, he'll start to run away, so you'll have to be prepared to chase him. He's as fast as those Shibito brains from the first game, so it could take some tries. And so, okay. It could take some tries. I don't know if he, like, despawns. Like, you'd think you'd be able to sight jack him. This is Shigeru. As far as I can tell, he's not sight jackable unless this is him out here? And this guy's out on the forward deck. It just says in the second floor entrance. So it's got to be up here. Or like on these stairs or something. Well, entrance, second floor. So he's hanging out right here to start with, but I have no idea where he is now. So that guy's not him. Apparently he's holding a trophy. It's possible that this is another speedrun thing. And you have to make it to this point in the stage quickly enough for him to even be visible. And then immediately track him down and bash him to take his trophy. I don't see him anywhere. Restart.
Everybody? Where is everybody?
So there's a guy right out there. The broom is right there. You can just see it. I think that might be the only weapon I can pick up. Can I sight jack the runner? Is this the runner? This is the second floor. This guy's not just hanging out, standing at the door. This might be the guy. Because this guy wasn't here doing laps up here the first time, or the last time through here. This might be the guy I'm trying to get to. I don't know. Gotta be careful here. And there's Shigeru. Is he gonna kill me? Oh, dude, I think he's coming to kill me. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I wouldn't mind having that hatchet. Ah! Okay. Shut up, man. So there's plenty of time. I see how to get to this. It's not going to be easy. I don't even know if it's going to be necessary, but there is plenty of time to run down here and grab this. I couldn't. Ouch! Alright. I got the hatchet. Let's go. We can't take their flashlights, though. Okay, now there's a gun guy right over here. So gotta be careful. Is this the gun guy? No. Here's the gun guy. As soon as I go, he's gonna turn, so we have to wait. I'm just down those stairs. I have no idea where this freaking running guy is. Answer the phone!
Is somebody there? Anybody? Please!
Eh? Is someone there? Where are you?
Help me! I'm on the second floor. A small room. There's machinery and a wheel. What? No! What should I do? What do I do?
I'm going for it. Nice. Gotta wait for this guy to move because I'm just on the other side of that door. I guess if he pauses and looks this way for a little bit, we can go. Nah, it's too risky. Although I do have an axe. See ya. So, where is this running man? I don't see him. There ain't nobody running up here. Running man? You're not the running man. You have an axe. Huh? It's got to be this guy out here. Like, this is the only person I haven't seen yet with my own 2 eyeballs. Is the guy just lying to me? What number is this? We're looking for 42. It's got to be mission 2. Okay. The guide was lying to me. We have to do mission 2, not mission 1. I had to check a second guide. I was looking at the wrong guide. We got to cross-reference multiple walkthroughs to find these items. I was playing the wrong mission.
Ichiro? Noriko? Where's everyone?
We did get the one, though. We did get one.
What's that?
One item was in mission
I
1.
don't understand.
The letter.
What?
So mission 2. She has the bracelet, which she remembers pulling off of her friend's arm as she, the girl we're playing as, fell overboard into the water. So she's starting to realize something strange is happening. Like she's vaguely remembering the fact that she already died. So how in the world? Give him some of that. See ya. I kind of just have to go for it here. Did I not sightjack the gunman here? See, I can't seem to find gunman. There he is. Okay. I don't know if the broom. I don't know if the broom is even still here. It's a good point, though. We should probably come down here and check. I don't think it shows up in this mission. Yeah, no broom. Just go. Dude! The instant I go, he turned. Okay, it's fine. Contact Shigeru. I still can't seem to find the running man here in sightjack mode. I want to at least see. I just want to look at this guy with my eyes to see what we're up against. Go. I'm not answering that. Running Man, what is the secret of your powers? Running Man. Dude, it's not even here. There's no Running Man. I've been lied to. So this is why... This is why... To find these secrets in this video game, you kind of need a guide. Because I'm currently looking for an enemy which I have never even seen with my own eyes. Or with the eyes of the enemies. Like, I'm literally searching for an enemy that, if I were playing this game fully spoiler-free, I'm looking for an enemy that I would not even know exists. I might need a third guide. It's like I can't sight jack him? I can't see him with my own eyes? Like, I'm so confused. What am I even looking for? Maybe he only shows up after we reunite with Shigeru? Or unite with him? I might need to answer the phone first. Yeah.
Help me!
Hmm. 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 Oh, he saw me. I didn't think he'd be able to see me. It took him so long. Item number is 42. The trophy. It says it's in Ichiko's level, 1 o'clock, Brightwind, mission number 2. That didn't hit me. Oh my goodness, dude! Okay, I think I'm safe here. Let's check this one. Trophy. He doesn't appear until later on. He doesn't even show up until we're most of the way through the level. Okay. Cool. Yeah, or I'm looking for the trophy guy. I've literally never even seen him yet. I've never even seen him while playing.
Is somebody there?
Like,
Anybody?
I would never
Please?
find this in my life.
Someone there?
Without the guide. Hey, Flute the bird, welcome, hello.
A small room. There's machinery and a wheel. What?
What?
No! What should I do? What do I do?
Alright, so this time we use the phone, so that's a good start. And so the running man doesn't even appear until after we have teamed up with Shigeru. So let's pay him a visit. I'm using 3 separate guides now. I have 3 separate walkthroughs pulled up to try and find this one item. take it from him. Just take it. Just take it from him. Yep, he's still not there. So go this way. To defeat him without being seen. See, that part I can probably manage. Sneak up on him and defeat him without being seen. We'll see, though. If he's as fast as the Shibito brains from the first game, those guys were fast. They were hard to track down.
Help! Help me, please!
Hang on. I'm gonna try and open the door.
Thank you so much.
Okay, let's get out of here.
Okay, so there is a Shibito in here, but we need Shigeru. Sir? To use your gun. Thank you. So I have a weapon. Okay. He should be... The enemy should have spawned. He should be in the game now. He should actually be in the game. Oh, there he is. Okay. He wasn't even here until now, but now he's here. Here we go. Just gotta do some sneak mode. He wasn't even in the game. Who's squishing around?
Get you out of there.
Okay, you stay there. Sorry, buddy, I gotta go bash some heads. Oh! Spooky spirit! Oh dear. Careful. 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 He started! He's legging it. Oh my goodness, dude. Where is he? How did he... So, what? What? You've got to be kidding me. Okay, he's up there. He's got like a proximity sensor. It's like I can't even get... I still haven't even seen him. Like, it's worth mentioning. With my eyes, I have not even seen this enemy that I'm trying to beat. Oh, scared him away. He's like clipping through the geometry. Oh my goodness. So, again, I just want to stress, playing this without a guide, I guess you would eventually just notice by sight jacking that this guy's here, Because there's literally no way to physically lay eyes on him. Okay, so he's on triangle. Where's gun guy? I need to replace X. This guy. I can go now. Oh dear. Alright, he's back to starting location. There he is! I've seen him now. I gotta get that trophy. Come back here! Dude, the dark spirits, man! This is turbo-jacked. Let's just throttle this guy for a little bit. Can I bring Shigeru up here and post Shigeru in a spot? Maybe that's going to be the play. Maybe teamwork is the play. I don't think I can issue commands to him. Sir? No, I can't give him commands.
Over here, it'll get you out of there.
How does one sneak up on an enemy that moves at the speed of light and gets scared away based on like the vibrations of the floor? Like, I can't even get close to him. There he is! Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm out of stamina. Okay, closing that door could have been... Okay, okay. What a nightmare. We might be stuck on this for a while. So triangle's the runner, square's the gun guy. I need to see how closing doors manipulates his movement. Let's go in here. Like, presumably he'll be able to open them. But with that shut, does he still run out that way? While he's opening the door, that could be a small... He's back here. There he is. Okay. Let's go full creep. Full... This is as slow as we can possibly creep. Oh, he's gone. I gotta waylay him. He's already at the door? He went a different way. He has a different route. Interesting. Okay, no, this is big. This is big. He opened this door for me. Shut it. Get out of here, spirit. There's the crank handle. Let's close this. He is so fast. Okay. So maybe we can get him out here. Maybe we can just pin him down. There we go. Just try it. Just try it. Okay, there he is. Come on. How is this working? How? What? What? Ah! Oh, you want to fight, huh? You want to fight, do you? Easy game. Why didn't he run? Oh, he got the trophy. There it is. This thing is enormous. Let's give him some of this. Just for good measure. Oh my goodness, this is a comedy game. So maybe it's specifically the technique was, I just kind of lucked into it. Push him into that room and then close the doors behind him so he has nowhere to run to? Maybe? Even though he's clearly capable of opening doors? Or maybe when he's in that specific position, you can just sneak up on him. The runner-up trophy for the 44th annual middle school tennis tournament. Measuring 107 centimeters in length and made with a strong alloy. The trophy's bold design makes it look more like a champion's award. Some years ago, a student who accepted the trophy on behalf of her team expressed her joy by throwing the award in the air. Failing to catch the trophy on its way down, the award smashed down on her head, instantly killing the unfortunate girl. From that day on, the trophy's been known among middle school students as the cursed trophy. What? This is a comedy game. It's the runner-up because the person who had it is a runner. Get it? Origami letter. A complexly folded letter that was a popular way of communicating among middle school girls. Similar to origami, this letter was folded to represent a girl's school uniform. Dear Noriko, are you alright? You didn't look too good today, and didn't eat much at dinner either. Ichiro looked pretty worried too, you know. Maybe you're seasick. The way this ferry rocks around, I'm surprised I'm not sick. Remember when the ferry stopped today? I heard they found a woman's dead body. That means we're sharing this ferry with a corpse. Kinda scary, isn't it? Oops. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned all that when you're not feeling too good. Sorry. Anyway, hope you'll feel better soon. I guess now that the tournament's over, it's back to the grind. I hope those matching bracelets bring us luck. With our high school entrance exams coming up, we'll need all the luck we can get. Your best friend, Ichiko. I wonder who this dead body is that they find on the boat. What if it's Ichiko? What if that's the real Ichiko? And the recreation zombie Ichiko is the one writing the letter. Alright, moving on. Archive number 58 is in Misawa's mission. Misawa, 4 o'clock. This one right here. Mission number 2. This is when he takes the drugs. So we find these drugs at a carnival. Not even playing as this guy, playing as Yorito. We find some drugs in like a carny little operating booth for the Ferris wheel. And Misawa just takes them, like, what are those? Give those to me. And he just starts taking them. Because he's insane. Reunite with girl. Oh, this level. Okay. I'm dead. This is one of those missions where if you step the wrong way at the beginning, you can just get instantly killed. This is one we have to blow up the doors. We have to gather a couple items. And I strongly remember this level because I couldn't find the last step to blowing up the door. And I ran in circles and scoured this map. Up and down, back and forth. Every square inch. Every room. For like at least an hour. Looking for something. It was quite exciting. So first we need to find a wire, which I believe is... I don't remember. Meow. Somewhere. I think we have to go over here and then take this up to the 3rd floor. So this is where we find Ichiko later. Here we go. Pew pew! Hiroshi Okita, by the way, you can play as him. He has his own special mission that's locked. It's the most hidden and hard to unlock secret in this game. I think the requirements are you have to play through and beat the time trial times on every single mission in the game on hard difficulty. And then unlocks another hidden mission afterwards where you get to play as Hiroshi. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to be doing that. What the heck's this wire? Yeah, I don't know if it's explained in-game, the corpse that washed it up on the ferry. I do have queued up the story, the Brightwind story. And if it's explained in that, then we'll find out when we get to that. What the true secret is. What the heck is this stupid thing? Here, okay. Get out of my way! Do I still have the thing? Nice. I'm in the wrong building, though. Okay, so this one is almost over with. Let's go do a little bit of sneak action. This part was so mean. So you have to blow up a door in here. It's a couple step process. You gotta come in here. You gotta set your firing device. You can only do this after you've picked up the wire. By the way, the wire, which is upstairs in a totally different room. But now, before we can detonate it, this is what I got stuck on. Excuse me, I got stuck here. No response, need something flammable. So we don't actually have explosives wired up. We just have a detonator and a wire. So I thought we had to go find explosives. Nope. You just walk right here and open the valve. Opened the gas cylinder valve. And then the room fills with the gas. And now we can blow it up. Like, it's right there! And I'd missed it. I missed it for the longest time and spent so long just running in circles, going back into doors, upstairs, downstairs. Nope. Just right there. And there's something to examine in this room now. Oh, I died. Where's this checkpoint going to be? Post detonation? Post detonation, okay. Dude, lay off me! It says to check the stove. There's no stove. Wait. You're kidding me. You're kidding me. Dude, this game is jacked up. Reload it. So we blow up the door to room B102. But the item that I find is over here. Oh, it's locked. Okay, so that's why this exists. But the item that I'm meant to find is over here. Filthy pot. Filthy pot. Ooh, that does not look filthy. That looks delicious. Yaminabe. A local specialty of Yamajima Island, featuring ingredients obtained from the mountain and the sea. Local etiquette recommends that the dish be prepared without slicing or dicing, that it be enjoyed under the light of the moon. The delicious meal contains yami akebi, a delicacy that induces intense euphoria, which, depending on the luck of the eater, can also result in a very unpleasant morning. So that's the poop drug. That's the poop hallucinogenic fruit. The laxative hallucinogenic fruit. But you can't slice it or dice it. I could go for a bowl of this right now. That looks delicious. Maybe I'll hold off on the poop fruit, the laxative fruit. Alright, item number 64. No, number 60, that was 58. So we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Got 6 more of these to find. So we go 5 o'clock, Shigeru. Mission number 1. Hey Sato, welcome, hello. Father Axeeper, hello. That sounds delicious.
Come on.
Demon child.
You okay? There's a boat docked just up there. So we're nearly out of here. You okay? Okay, let's go. Mr. Ota. You! Fujita's useless son! How... Where have you been all this time? So you did get in trouble, didn't you? Had to come back to the island.
Cursed place.
It's a cursed place. The island. It's cursed.
Oh, he's dead. Guess I didn't write down where this one is. The Fort Ruins. Oh, he's no longer dead. Number 60. Number 60. That doesn't say where. Inspect the place where Abe and Shu were sitting earlier. Inspect the tunnel. The place, just where, what? Just have to inspect the place where they were sitting. Alright, we can't do this one yet. So if we go back here, at the start of the 3 o'clock stage, Soji, Fort Ruins. Okay, so we have to watch this cutscene to see where they were standing or where they were sitting, and then go to this place with Shikaru.
I can't believe you made it.
What? Where?
You'd have been dead for sure if I hadn't come along.
Where's this?
I know I've seen you somewhere before.
Okay, I might know where this is actually.
That's it. It was on TV. So, are you gonna turn this into a book? Can I be in it?
If we make it out of here alive.
Why did I even come here? And that stupid fortune teller disappeared. What am I supposed to do now?
Are you looking for something too?
What did you come here for?
I came to find my memories.
By the way, where's your dog?
She's become a memory too. No. No one ever stays by my side.
The dog survived. Shu is just too hasty. Or maybe it's not the real dog. Maybe it's a ghost dog.
Sorry. I need to use your eye. Somewhere, there's a key that will release...
I think I know where it is. I think I know where I have to search. So we go back to Shigeru 5. Mission 1? Mission 1. This one's pretty mean. It's not mean. This isn't too mean. Dude! Disaster! Thank you, small child. Thank you. Dude! Demon baby! Get back. Sir, please desist. Oh my goodness. I missed! That was my shot. Okay. Dude. Disaster! The reload. Get him! There we go. You gotta go back here. There it is. A dog's collar. That is an enormous collar. See, is it just me or is that collar enormous? It's like a rope. It's like three feet long. A leather dog collar for large dogs with a broken buckle. Attached to the collar is a dog tag with the following inscription: Tsukasa of Jildal. Jildal? 2004, 33, female. Alright, dog collar. Next item. Kuko. 8 o'clock, mission 1. Ooh, this level. Ooh, dear. We got 2 separate items on this level to find. This one could be tricky as well.
Forget about me.
So this is after the gates of the underworld have been
Oh
opened.
yeah? Tough guy act, huh?
The mother's been
That
released.
isn't gonna impress anyone down here.
He's birthed all the Yamibito, or the Yamire, the little slugs. And this, and they're fighting against the Shibito. So we just need to escape. At the Fountain Plaza, we have to gamble. We got to do the gamba.
What?
How's this place?
What's wrong?
I think we're back.
Oh shucks.
No.
Fountain Plaza. Okay, so down here there's a little thing, apparently, where we can gamble. Ticket machine, maybe? Gate of Underworld. Yes, I think I need to start by hanging out over here. Oh, I can't possess people yet? I need to get the tutorial. This is a tutorial level.
after another.
Destroy the sniper near the flower bed by controlling an enemy. Okay. That's not the... I went after the wrong person. Oops. Oopsies. No, wrong way!
Surface. Damn. One after another.
This guy. So you need to go this way. Cat. Wait. Acquire a weapon. If only I could just pick up this gun. But no. Definitely can't pick up that gun. Gotta follow the tutorials. Let's run this guy all the way over here. This up. Golf club. And now, Mamoru, pick up the knife, please. No, I'll take it. I think now the Yami Rays show up. Yeah. The war of slugs versus Shibito.
Now. Let's go.
Is this guy still here? No, he's taken care of. Okay, we're almost there. So I need to get down there. Turn left. Gotta catch my breath. So this guy is a problem. Oh, that's right, that's right. The answer to this problem is to possess him and have him turn the lights off. That's how he's just going to get swarmed with the Ami Ray. Somewhere down here, the soda stand counter. A bottle cap. Quench your thirst with Mbembe Cola. Space Cold War. Instant prize bottle caps. Peel the seal under the cap. You may be a lucky winner of one of the many prizes offered in our Space Cold War campaign. Too bad, try again. Never give up. A bottle cap. A bottle cap. So here we literally have to continually pick up new ones and check them until we get a winner. Oh, nope. Too bad. Again, how would somebody playing this game without a guide ever know that this could possibly lead to something? Alright, let's check again. Too bad. Never give up. It says explicitly we have to inspect the counter until we get a winner. Because that's the condition to unlock the next item. Too bad. Too bad. Yeah, it was mentioned before. It's like it's a community aspect to the game, or perhaps it's hidden in the guide. Eventually, with enough people playing the game and sharing their experience, one person would say, "Hey, oh, mine's a winner. I got a winner." This is silly. Too bad. I don't even know if this is like working. Let's check the other guide. Yeah, that one just says bottle cap. Nope, it doesn't help. Oh, we have to restart the mission from the checkpoint. Checkpoint. We have to restart from the checkpoint if we don't get the correct one. Gotta start a new save file. Oh, it's not gonna be this easy either.
What's wrong? Pull yourself.
Checkpoint. Hang out under the light. Sight jack. Just have to go through this every time. As long as there's a process. Turn the lights off. Skip. And now we go. Yeah, that was the one, and I died. No, this is the one right here. A bottle cap. Too bad. Try again. Looks like God's given up on you. New picture. Well, back to the checkpoint. This game. This is exactly the sort of thing I figured would be the case when you go for all these archive entries, because the first game was just as it was the same way. It was just as insane. So I was planning the whole time to just finish the game normally, get to the ending or multiple endings, and then pull up a guide. Because there ain't no way I'm doing this otherwise. Too bad. Try again. You could be a winner. The Tsuchinoku, yeah. I forgot about the one I remember the most from the first game was that invisible bug on top of the shack. There's like an invisible little thing that you have to climb up on the shack and attack the sky to defeat an invisible little creature and then investigate that. Like, come on! You're kidding me. Is this a winner? Too bad. Try again. The sigil, yeah, dude. It was nonsense. Utter nonsense. Pretty funny if you know what to look for. It's very funny. But finding what to look for, nonsense. Is this the winner? Too bad. Try again. Just gotta keep rolling the dice. A bottle cap. A bottle cap. Too bad. Try again. God has given up on us. This is JoJo Star, hello, welcome. What did I think about the Faith trilogy? 10 out of 10, masterpiece, incredible games. They were wonderful. I'm so happy I played them. They were so good. Everybody should play Faith, and Faith 2 and Faith 3. I really, really liked them. Bottle cap. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Too bad. Try again. Never give up. This one is like a floating baby. Floating baby face. We'll get there eventually. Breaker off. Oh, you got a copy on Steam. Nice. That's where I played. I got the Steam version as well. Come on, baby. Too bad. What is this, the 6th try now? Well, let's do it again.
They're heading. It's now or never.
It's now or never. Come on, baby. Congratulations, you're a lucky winner. It only took 7 tries. Just follow the instructions and claim your own Space Cold War prize. So there's no instructions. But now that we have the winning cap in our inventory, examine the poster by the park rear gate. Now that we have the winning cap, we can come back up this way. Yeah, I'm excited for Slitherhead. I finally watched the trailer for it. I put it on my Steam wish list. I think I'm probably gonna play that game. It looks pretty cool. Movie poster. So this archive entry, just the poster itself, only appears if you've won the prize. Space Cold War from 1972, produced in Japan, an Akinasu Films release. Political deadlock shakes the space. 2 million light years from our solar system, Galactic Republic elections are being held on the planet Bentro. Results are close, threatening to offset the delicate political balance of the Republic, to secure a majority and gain a foothold in his plans to conquer the universe. The evil galactic governor, Mi Tango, looked to the planet with a casting vote. A planet called Earth. Under pretense of galactic harmony and interstellar prosperity, the governor demands the hand of Tomomiya, princess of the 3rd planet. To counter his bold move and stall for time, the controlling factions commence fruitless negotiations at the highest administrative levels. With the Republic hanging in the balance, a final bill is produced. Space Cold War was a tense film with a surprise twist. The governor was one of the princess's robot servants, Kinabapu number 4. Way ahead of its time, Space Cold War featured absolutely no action scenes. relying on the tension of speeches, negotiations. Needless to say, the movie was not well received, bombing at the box office after a brief 4-day run. What? Play only possible from top menu? Baby? Baby? Alright. Let's go to the top menu. Mi tango. Cool song. This is a comedy game. Alright, number 71. Misawa. Oh, dude, this one's jacked. Another one that I would never have found by myself. Go back here. There's only a couple more left to find. We need to go to Misawa 1300, Mission 2. So he is full-on hallucination mode right now. But he is hallucinating the real world. Alright, so this level, it won't be too hard to get. This is like your introduction to the Yamibito. Jump down.
Somebody help me!
I want to turn the breaker on. Meet up with her.
Someone. Rescue me.
This one should actually be pretty quick, but again, I'd say it's jacked because it's one of those things I would just never find on my own. But we can actually go to it very quickly if you know exactly where it is. We got Yamibito down here. I don't actually care about her. Just wait right there. Sluglord. So you come down here to the weapons storage, and between weapon storage 2 and 3, in this hallway, we have to throw a smoke candle. You know, just normal things. Just normal video game things. So shed some light on this place. Turn the lights on. Okay. Throw a smoke candle down the hallway. Run to the end of it. And there's nothing. Oh, I got it. I got it. What did I get? I don't even know. Okay, no, it's right here. Okay, so the smoke leaves like an impression here on the walls that you can inspect. Yeah, it's just, you know, normal things. That specific hallway. It only works on that specific hallway, by the way. I died. I was going to try it on another hallway just to see, but we got it, so I don't need to do that. Number 71. Ignite a smoke candle in the dark. Ke uke gen. A ghastly apparition covered in long hair. The creature dwells in dark, humid places where there's very little sunlight. It's said that when a home is haunted by this creature, the residents fall ill. Its appearances are very rare and seldom witnessed. Hence, any documentation of its appearance is usually written off as an unusual event. Okay. Let's go to number 78. Yeah, again, I would have never, ever found that one. Does this say what mission number we have to do? 78, mission number 1. Mamoru on the boat, mission 1. I keep calling them Mamoru. It's Mamoru. Mamoru. Not the other way around.
So you are afraid of light, huh?
Oh, he's going full carnage mode.
Beasts from hell. Beasts from hell!
Defeat the chicken, Tomoe! In the engine control room, we need to inspect the security monitor.
Come out, beasts.
Is that what Mamoru stands for? The one who protects? Stands for... That's pretty interesting. So maybe I can just rush down here. Careful. Yeah, Tomoe is right there. Going chicken mode. Just run for it! Locked! Oh, I'm in a bad spot here. Locked. Okay, I need to get in there somehow. But both those doors are locked. So I guess we find the key somewhere else. I don't remember where the key is. Oh dear. Well, let's go search for a key. Typically, if we find a key in a stage, it's always going to be in the same spot. Let's go grab the gun. Meaning it, we found a key up on the main... I don't know what it's called. The main... Oh dear. That's right, that's gotta go around this way. Oh, I can't, that door doesn't exist? I have no idea where the freaking key is. Number 78. Engine control room security monitor. I'm looking at the guide. Run to the reception desk through the open doorway. Descend to B2. It just says to enter the engine control room. It just says to enter the room through the south entrance. It just says to enter it. Through the door, which is currently locked. Because I need to be in mission 2. The guide lied to me. I'm in the wrong mission. So you... Alright, I'm just gonna say, on game FAQs, there's an in-depth guide titled Archive Item Transcript. That one has multiple errors in it. That's the one, that was the main one I used to just write down the locations of the missing ones. It specifically says to use mission 1 for this item. But it's not in mission 1. I guess it doesn't, no, I'm reading it again. It does not specify mission 1 or mission 2. But previously in this guide, if it doesn't specify, then that means you have to do mission 1. You do mission 2, but it explicitly says mission 2.
Come out.
However, I can't believe this one person who made a guide in their free time for no payment or probably very little thanks has put errors into it. I can't believe it. How dare they? I'm being chased! Not anymore, I'm not. So on mission 2, this door is open. This door is not open on mission 1. We need to restore the power to this room. Like this. And then look at a security monitor. Right here. Video feed from observation camera. There we go. That's the one I missed. A monitor for viewing images from the security camera units located around the ferry. Currently, the camera units for this monitor are feeding images from the ferry's entrance, in one location in the crew-only passageway. The monitor automatically switches from camera to camera, displaying the images from each area. We can't watch this unless we go back to the top menu. Let's do number 84. What? Oh, this one's confusing. Cross-referencing multiple guides again. Okay, mission number... Okay. Go back to the top menu. So there's only one more thing left to find. And once we've gathered the 99 archive entries you can collect, then the final 100th item should just appear in the archive. I don't actually know. We need to go to Yorito 1800. Mission 1. Not 2, mission 1. And when it changes characters to Mamoru, then we can find an item.
This a thing. I get it. They are trying to make their way into the real world from there.
What do you mean?
This is a world of nothing.
This is the world
Everything
of
in
nothing.
front of our eyes right now is an illusion. It's all just a copy of the real world from 29 years ago.
There you go again, rumbling away.
We've got to get to the top before they do. I guess that's where this world intersects the real world. By the time I reach the top, there's only going to be one possibility left.
You and everybody else. Fine, go ahead and do whatever you've got to do.
So they team up briefly and then they get separated. And then Yorito goes full Rambo. Oops, wrong way. Nope, right way. So we just play the level as normal until we swap characters, which happens right up here. I guess the swap is a little bit later. We split up right there. Then a little bit later on we swap. We can't open that door. It's the bookcase we gotta push out of the way. I'm not doing that. I don't have time for that. Jump up here. Only he can make that jump. Other characters who play the stage cannot jump that high. And now we have the character swap.
right here.
It's up to me.
It's up to me. The one who protects. Bird. Dude, can I... Did I hit it? I don't think I hit it. Tomoe. Okay, where am I going? I think it's upstairs here. Here, inspect. No time to waste. Okay. No! Get up! No! Go! Oh my goodness. Is Tomoe jumping down? I was so close to getting the thing. This way. No time to waste! Get it? Oh dear. Get away from me! Dude! How? Oh, she's chicken. It's chicken. What? Excuse me? Okay. We'll take care of her for a while. Just gotta deal with these stupid things. Slugs! Okay. Drawing of a tower. Got it. That should be the last archive entry. Number 84. So how does number 98 appear? Do I need to find it now? Okay, so now we go back out. We can quit out of the level. Go to the top menu and check out these last archives. Inconsiderate dude, welcome. I'm still playing this. We're doing all the secrets and the things that I missed. All the little collectibles with the tidbits of lore in them. All these archive entries here. Let's watch the security monitor from the boat. There's Ichiko. What? Okay. The pylon drawings. So I remember finding these as a different character and being like, whoa, those are pretty cool, and walking up to them and looking at them, but there was no interact prompt because I wasn't playing as Mamoru in that one mission because only he has like the knowledge to interpret them, I guess. Drawings rendered by the crew involved in the pylon's construction. Strange phenomenon in which these individuals drew the same image at the same time resulted in a certain degree of uneasiness among the personnel. The sort of event wherein coincidence seems to be related to the extent of being on the same order as causality is referred to by the psychological term synchronicity. I thought that was an album by the Police. Okay, there we go. Save. I mean, it fits in game that Mamoru would care about the lore because he is a magazine writer. His magazine focuses on like conspiracy lore, things like that. Like that's his job. He's sailing to the island in the first place to investigate the mystery of why people went missing. So it does fit that he would be the one that's most interested about it. So now that we have all other 99 entries, we have Soji's ending. Here it is. This movie stage only appears after you've collected all 99 other entries. Well, Soji, as we recall, did not have a proper ending. He did not have a proper ending. He was one of the few people who survived the events of the game, along with Mamoru and Ikuko. They team up to fight the mother in the worst boss battle I've ever played in my life. I did not have a good time when I fought the boss. But it was cool thematically. It was an interesting experience. I get what they were going for. They just dropped the ball. So they survive. They team up. They fight the mother. Yorito survives. He goes full Rambo. He fights not the mother, but he fights the Otoshigo, which is like a separate demon who is opposed to the mother, and the Otoshigo may be the one responsible for the Shibito, although I think it's more just Otoshigo's only presence was Ichiko. Like, Ichiko was reanimated by the Otoshigo and put back onto the boat that she fell off of, and then she has sanity lapses and kills people. I don't understand where this thing comes from or what its purpose is. But it gets shot in the face many times with Yorito. And then Yorito ends up getting teleported to the Yamibito village in the alternate dimension where he just goes full Rambo. And Soji, he's just, let's find out what he does. Play the stage, Lost World. So it looks like he may have washed up. This is after the mother was defeated. He's just back in the real world, I guess.
Oh. Is everybody gone?
Tsukasa? Aww. Real? Th- There's your true ending left empty. There's the true ending. X-Tar. They're not extras, we got X-Tars. X-Tars. Hairy Man. Space Cold War cast. Twins attacked by Yami Picaria. That's the cat. Music kind of took a turn there. It was no longer like somber and melancholy. It was just full spookums there at the end. There we go. Soji awakens. Tsukasa appears from behind. He wraps his arms around the dog as the sea, bathed in sunlight, spreads before him. Beautiful. Say, remember this? Remember this? Remember how the thing explodes?
No way.
This never gets explained. It just explodes randomly. The pylon that's connecting the demon world to the real world just explodes randomly. It never gets explained. If you want to explain it, you have to play time trials. You have to beat the fastest time trial on every mission in the game to figure out what caused it to explode. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. You want to see? Let's watch it. The Kyoyo mission doesn't have a time trial. Let's pull up YouTube real quick. It's totally worth the effort. It's totally worth the effort, by the way. A shout out to Super Great Friend for recording this, going through the effort. I did not. It's all queued up here. Hopefully the volume's good.
And when you complete all the time trials, your reward is that you get an additional cutscene for Soji called Unforeseen. Soji rushes into a restroom. He exits with a relieved expression on his face. Behind him, a gas explosion is set off. Okay, so here is the very important cutscene that we get for doing all the time trials.
The laxative fruit.
I don't get this at all. I thought low pan.
Shut up, Mr. Burton. You are not brought upon this world to get it.
Come on.
Yes.
His poop was so smelly and so flammable.
So that cutscene takes place right before this one.
His poop. His poop was so flammable.
No way. That's impossible.
The gas was just so intense.
So
There you go.
yes, Soji destroyed the tower.
Gaming. Gaming. It's funny. And 99.999% of players would never see that, so it doesn't like factor into the big picture whatsoever. And it's preposterous. It's ridiculous. It's comedy. But there's the lore. There's the canon ending. Thank you for the cheer, Sneak Plays. Thank you very much for the 101 bits. So I think that's all that... I've got one more loose end to tie up here. One more loose end. And I mentioned before, there's also apparently... I didn't find footage of it. Apparently there's another hidden mission you can play as. Or you can play. Another secret unlockable mission that only shows up if you do all the time trials on hard mode, which is similar to, based on what I read, it's similar to Kyoya's, where it's just kind of like a combat arena. You play as the other military person, Hiroshi, and you just shoot zombies. I didn't look up footage of that. I don't know if that one's... I'm sure you can find it on YouTube. I don't think it leads to any lore. Any more poop lore. Or anything like that. But there is more content in the game. But I just... Dude, that would take so much effort. I can't be bothered. There's one more thing we gotta do. And then we have to do some reading. And then we're done with Siren 2. Let's play some Kunitoris. I need a single right there. One more single. Cactus Bee, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Cactus Bee and Raiders. Hello, everybody. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to the stream. We're playing Siren 2. This is a infamous, spooky, scary video game. I'm just about done with literally everything in the game. But this game's got games within games. So let's go like that. I need to activate bonus mode. Which might be hard. This game's got games inside of games. I want to go like that. Oh, I think I screwed it up. Oh, that was terrible. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Oh, this is not looking good. Oh dear. Grab that. I pressed the wrong button! Let me restart this. This game has hidden unlockable games inside of it. Yeah, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, everybody. Hello, Lausch, Girly Satan, Dr. Tasty. Hello. Hello, Cactus Bee. Hello, everybody. I've been playing Siren 2 for spooky, scary Halloween month. This is a wonderful, exciting, excellent, awesome video game. I've had a lot of fun with it. In the last stream, I beat the game. We got to the ending. But there's tons and tons of hidden little collectibles to find. So I've just been going through and finding all the collectibles that I missed on my playthrough. I also want to beat this level. So the idea for this game is we're playing as a little red X. We have to collect these blocks floating around in the sky and assemble a shape that matches the flashing shape on the ground here. And then we drop our blocks onto the ground to fill the terrain. I think the lore explanation is that we are unifying Japan by doing so. Let's grab this one here. And get this guy here. I figured out how to do this game easily, though. The trick to this game is to go like that, to activate bonus mode. And then just do this. Once bonus mode has been activated, any zone that gets filled up again resets the timer for bonus mode. See, there's a little timer up at the top of the screen. So you can just kind of turn on bonus mode once. Oh, that was close. And then just sit here and fill up every square. This is not a particularly well fleshed out little minigame, and I'm not going to be able to get all of them even. There we go. I'm going to run out of bonus mode. Yes, I need a little... I did not mean to do that. This music's really nice. Ah! Disperse. Screwed it up. There we go. Oh my goodness! Oh, they have countered my plan. My technique no longer works. Interesting. The zones are too big. I have to actually play the game. Dun 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 dun. So you gotta be really careful here. Once you have the correct shape that you're looking for, not to accidentally touch another piece. Let's go square. Let's go square. that there. Got long boy there. Just fill that one out. Like, this is an interesting little puzzle game. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. I could turn on bonus mode if I find another two-piecer. There it is, another two-piecer. Gotta hit him right there. Careful. Oh dear. And apparently this was just kind of thrown together last minute. They didn't really plan this game out. Or like test it very much. It's interesting. It's simple. It's satisfying. Let's leave that there. Okay, now hit that. Yeah, it's a little bonus. Just a little bonus game. Games inside of games. There we go. Game clear. I have no idea what he's saying down there at the bottom, nor have I taken the small amount of effort to translate it. Three! Oh my... There's room for like a dozen levels! I don't know if I'm going any further. Wait a minute. Now hold on. Is this... What's the UK? What's this? I don't know what this is. Huh. Alright, that's enough Kunatoris. That's enough Kunatoris. You could play forever. You could play forever. I guess technically I haven't finished Siren 2. I pressed the wrong button! Get out! Mash, mash. Bum 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 bum. Save. To answer your question though, actually, Shinjing, we've gotten all the endings. I just went through today's stream and picked up all the archive entries that I missed, so we have a full archive. Boom. Ooh, there's one more here. The Collapse of Causality. National Times, August 1st, 2005, Evening Edition. Man beaten to death. Roommate sought for questioning. Around 4 p.m., the body of a beaten man was found in an apartment in Tokyo's Shinjuku district. An employee of a local restaurant, the man was identified as 33-year-old Ichiro Nakajima. The body was found by Nakajima's employer, who went to his apartment room when Nakajima failed to return during working hours. The restaurant owner called the local authorities when he discovered a suspicious woman in the apartment, where Nakajima was lying face down in a pool of blood, his head badly beaten. A warrant was issued for the murder suspect, Noriko Kifune, an unemployed woman who refused to accompany the police for questioning and escaped from the scene of the crime. Further investigation revealed that the Kifune had been residing with the victim for about a year in the same apartment room where Nakajima met with his untimely death. Neighbors also reported that the two were heard arguing on the previous night of the incident. So, what? Because this is the exact same article, August 1, 2005. Not that one. Is this one, August 1, 2005, where it explains, or it talks about Ryuko was killed, and Soji was the main suspect. So the collapse of causality due to the events which transpired during the course of the game, namely Mamoru and Ikuko defeating the mother, then Ryuko, who we know now, is simply a clone or a simulacra, as they call it in game, an avatar, a projection of the mother sent out into the real world. But she never got sent out in the real world because the mother got defeated in her own little world, so she never sent out her little time travel clones in the real world. So Soji never got accused of murdering Ryuko because she never even existed anymore. She got erased from time. But there's still murders happening on the same day in the same apartment complex. But Soji's no longer entangled in that mess because he never met the Siren avatar of the mother? Is that what this means? Yeah, Kifune was a name. Kifune was definitely a name that came up multiple times. Noriko. And yeah, Noriko was on the boat, but the boat no longer disappeared. Because the disappearance of the boat was directly caused by the blood tsunami, which no longer happened because the mother's dead. And so Noriko was one of the kids on the boat, is now able to live her life and grow up and do things. And apparently those things which she can now do are murder her roommate and escape from the police. I guess? The resolution to the multiple timeline paradox conundrums which have been created by the events of the game is to simply, after the boss is defeated, none of that ever happened. What? How mysterious. How mysterious. Kyoya's still missing. He's fighting demons in the underworld. Yorito's probably still in the Yamibito world. Who knows what Ikuko's up to? But if Ikuko is the twin of Ryuko, but Ryuko is a fake person, but she's got to be. Well, I guess it's only appropriate that after playing the game and finding all the secret little lore entries, I feel more confused. Because it's only appropriate. It's only fitting. What a game. What a game. There's still more to do. There's a tiny, tiny little bit more to do. There's a smidgen more we have to do. Some little outside extracurricular activities. There's a website. Another website to look at. I'm not going to do it just now because it's break time. But we have a website to look at now. Where is it? Where did I put it? The Mystery of the Bright Wind. We got to read this little short story about the boat. There's a short story we have to read. So I'll hold my judgment, my review on everything until after we read this. But first, before we read that, I gotta take a break. I'm all out of water. Been going for a little over 4 hours. So I'm gonna get up, go get some more water, go use the restroom. This boat may or may not have even disappeared in the first place. It's a real boat. People actually rode it. It disappeared, but then it undisappeared. Or did it? I may have just drawn the wrong conclusion from that newspaper article. Who knows what's happening? But we got to read this story here. I'm going to take a short break. And then we'll do some reading time. And we'll talk about the game a little bit and call it there. But BRB. Alright, we're back. Silence the hot jams of Ultimate Exodus for the NES. We gotta do some reading. We gotta read a little short story here. We don't have the full Siren experience until we have read this little short story. Let's read it. I guess we start the timer. This is not part of the game. I'm not starting the timer. No timer today. Let me move some windows around here. We gotta do some reading here. So this is, I don't know who wrote this. I don't know where this came from. There's a website right there if you want to just type that bad boy in. You can read this yourself. This uses Flash. So I had to install a plugin for Firefox to do fake Flash. It says some pages contain auto-playing sound files. Please adjust your volume accordingly. I just clicked through full speed chapter 1 yesterday and did not get any noise to play whatsoever. So maybe that's not working. But let's read this. This is about the boat, the mystery of the boat. Chapter 1, warning. Ichiko Yagura, bright wind, boarding gate, -31, 2048. So this is while they're on the boat. But before it disappears. But did it really disappear? I don't know. Warning. It began a strange warning. Sorry, it just has to load in slowly like that. Ichiko Yagura heard the final call for the ferry. She stood before the boarding area, holding a paper bag full of souvenirs tightly to her chest. I should preface this. I have no idea what this story is about, what the content is, where this is going to go. Surely it's not going to be like a pleasant, light-hearted story. It might be a little gnarly. Ichiko boarded the boat. She let out a small sigh of relief. She made it in time. Preoccupied with choosing gifts for her family, when she had come back down to Earth, she was already alone. She hastily ran to the pier, breathing hard, her uniform damp with sweat and the sea air. I wish Noriko had let me know before she got on the ferry, she grumbled mentally, thinking of her friend who had boarded and left her behind. She pulled herself together and looked up at the boarding area, stepping onto the metal gangway. She stumbled on her right leg, her body suddenly jerking backwards. Feeling a sharp pain in the upper arm that was exposed from her uniform, Ichiko's face contorted in pain. Yeah, Ichiko's the little girl that we played as. She ends up being possessed by Otoshigo. Her and her classmates were on this ferry on her way home from a tennis trip when it disappeared. Turning around, a dark black shadow caught Ichiko's eye. Because of the lighting, it took her a few seconds to figure out what it was. As her eyes got used to the light, she slowly began to notice it. It was a strange figure wrapped in several layers of stained, tattered cloth due to some odd eccentricity. She guessed from its slight build that it was a woman, but because it was covered so thickly with cloth from head to toe, she couldn't see its face. For a moment, her sense of reality was shaken, the ominous sight of such a dark black shadow being created there, and there alone, under the midsummer sky. The arm that reached out from the rags and was grabbing onto Ichiko's arm was so white it looked almost transparent. Don't get on. As the clearly bizarre woman held onto her arm, Ichiko was unable to move, as though paralyzed. The woman slowly looked up. She caught a glimpse of the woman's eyes and nothing more through a gap in the rags. All Ichiko could see of the woman was her eyes. The woman's gaze saw past Ichiko, fixed on the ferry. You must not get on this ferry. Ichiko was suddenly hit with severe dizziness and she began to sway. Ichiko tore herself away from the woman's grasp and turned her back. She hurried up the gangway without turning around. The woman's curse-like words continued from behind. Don't. Circle. Torn. warped. Don't get on. You okay, Yagra? Ichiko came back down to earth. Surveying the reality she'd been dragged back into, she realized she was in the fairy's dining room. Ichiro Nakajima, having returned from the buffet line, peered at Ichiko's face. All around them, their classmates were talking casually as they ate their dinner. "Oh yeah, I'm fine," Ichiko answered hurriedly, spooned some of her half-eaten curry and rice into her mouth. Ichiko hadn't told anyone about the events that had occurred when she was boarding. If everyone else had been there and experienced it too, by now they would have gotten a big excitement over it all and then forgotten it in a flash. Why was she the only one chosen to experience that unpleasant incident? She felt as though she got herself involved in something forbidden that should be left well alone. The ominous thought frightened Ichiko. Yeah, this is the guy who got murdered in the causality newspaper. You've been sleeping with your eyes open all this time, Yagura. Nakajima set down his tray directly opposite Ichiko. Huh? No, I'm wide awake. Even without looking in the mirror, she knew her face was red. Nakajima, who had transferred to their school from Kansai the year before, had a more mature air about him than the local boys. Whenever she was around him, she always kept her eyes on the ground. Ignoring the way Ichiko was acting, Nakajima silently moved the spoon to his mouth. Are you depressed? I guess it's because the final event's over. Ichiko and the others were members of Kameishino Middle School's tennis club. Were on the ferry back to their local harbor after a prefectural tournament. It was a miracle that they had even been able to compete in the tournament, but it was natural to have higher hopes for a good result than it was probably possible for them to achieve. When the tournament was over, a new test, high school entrance exams, awaited. After the contest, everyone was in such high spirits as if they had forgotten the reality of this. Huh? Hey, where's Noriko? Ichiko murmured, looking over at the empty seats to her right. She said she was feeling seasick and went to the first aid room with Mr. Watanabe a little while ago. Oh, yeah, she's always been really prone to motion sickness. Noriko's plate had been left almost untouched. She doesn't look like the type, though. Maybe you're feeling sick, too? No, I'm fine. Just a little out of it. She hastily shook her head at Nakajima's question, smiling at him. What's that? You're such an idiot, Yagura. Ichiko began an over-the-top joke in front of the amazed-looking Nakajima. Yeah, Noriko was the killer in the newspaper. She didn't want her last memory of the tennis club to be sullied by the strange woman's words. And more than anything, a strange obsession during the teen years. Ichiko was afraid that Nakajima would think she was a gloomy person. Okay, let's have an eating contest. Rarely heard words came as she stood up vigorously with her empty plate. A corpse. Ichiko momentarily stopped moving. I told you I saw it, a real dead body. She looked around her. Her classmates were talking excitedly at the table next to hers. The ferry stopped for a bit today, right? I guess that was so they could pull up the body. I found it first. It was a woman's body. But they roped it off right away and told us to go. I wonder where they put it. How about we all go search the ferry afterwards? Hey, you guys, stop talking about nasty things like dead bodies while we're eating. Hey, shh. They noticed the cold stares of families with young children and young couples directed at them. Her classmates finally shut their mouths. A corpse. Feeling of unease inside her that Ichiko had tried to forget began to spread. Something pierced her insides like a stuck thorn. Oh, new picture. Ichiko lay on her bed in the second-class cabin. It was after lights out and the cabin was enveloped in darkness. She could hear the regular breathing of her classmates who had grown tired of talking and fallen asleep. The sound of the ferry's engine echoed faintly. Ichiko thought of what it was that was making her so uneasy. She picked up the bracelet from beside the bed. It was a matching bracelet she'd bought with her friend Noriko. Ichiko's was red, while Noriko had chosen green. It was only a cheap imitation gem, of course, but to Ichiko it was an irreplaceable treasure. Ichiko had an admiration of an attachment to Noriko, which girls of this age often feel toward friends of the same gender. Whether it was to teachers or the opposite sex, Noriko was always able to say what she felt with resolution. Ichiko, being the most childish out of all of her classmates, dreamt of this. "We'll be friends forever, right?" Promised that over and over. She looked forlornly over at Noriko's bed, but it had been empty since dinner. Maybe Noriko won't be back until morning. She gave up on waiting for Noriko's return and covered herself with a blanket, trying to sleep, but sleep would not come. She tried to remember the monotonous ball retrieval she'd done over and over at the club when she was a first year. She counted the infinite number of balls rolling toward her. Finally, she was able to sleep. She heard clothes rustling by her ear. Her eyes flew open. Thinking Noriko had returned, Ichiko looked around. Noriko's bed was still empty. Ichiko shut her eyes tight. She felt uneasy, as though something was lurking in the pitch blackness. She felt as though she could feel someone staring at her from the darkness. When she came back to her senses, the sun was coming up. Nothing had happened at all. Feeling relieved, Ichiko relaxed. During the morning, dregs of anxiety occasionally appeared faintly, rising up from her memory. And as she ate lunch, enjoying the summer sun on deck, the fear that had tormented Ichiko vanished. Summer sun beat down on her. A pleasant sea breeze blew in from the water. That evening, they would arrive safely back at their home port. Then, for some reason, it seemed strange that she had been so afraid. What had happened was creepy, but now it just seemed unreal, like a simple, fabricated ghost story. "Ichiko, look over here!" Another student was aiming a disposable camera that had been in a TV advert at her, waving. "Geez," Ichiko called back, making a peace sign. "I just made too much of it," she thought. By the afternoon, Noriko still hadn't returned. So Ichiko headed for the first aid room to see her. The 6-story ship was surprisingly big. Descending the stairs, she wandered its dim corridors. From inside the passage, she could hear men talking as she approached, who appeared to be crew members. "Damn it, there's nothing wrong on last night's patrol. This is so weird. What the hell happened? Anyway, we'll be porting soon, so as soon as we do. I wish we hadn't picked up something so nasty. It's nothing special. Hey!" One of the crew members noticed Ichiko, and he and his companion fell silent. A tense atmosphere surrounded them as they stood there. Not understanding what was going on, Ichiko slipped past them and hurried away. Why are they looking at me like that? It felt like the crew members had been staring at her back forever. Something feels off about this. Feeling of anxiety that should have been gone returned once more, settling in Ichiko's chest. A sinister premonition in her head grew. It was an unpleasant feeling that clung on tightly, however hard she tried to shake it off. She walked down the long hallway and turned the corner. Suddenly, Ichiko's nose caught a fishy smell. She looked around her cautiously. At the end of the corridor, she could see a door with "First Aid" written on it. With each step she took, the odor grew stronger. All around her hung the smell of something like rotten fish insides. Arriving at the door, she gingerly put her hand on the doorknob. On the other side of the door, she could hear what sounded like something heavy being dragged along. She sensed the temperature in the room drop. Her spontaneous shivering wasn't just because of the cold. Cold sweat broke out all over her body. This translation is kind of bad. Sorry. Just saying. The warning echoed inside her head, and her heart began to pound. Unable to hide her fear, Ichiko called out to the other side of the door. "Noriko? It's me, Ichiko. Are you there?" There was no response. Even though she knew in her heart she should get out of there right away, she resisted, and her body began to move of its own accord. She turned the doorknob with the stiffness of a puppet and opened the door. A strong, fishy smell assaulted Ichiko, and her eyes jumped to the bed with crumpled white sheets on it. Noriko wasn't there. Standing beside the empty bed was a woman dressed in a slightly dirty first aid blanket. Her damp hair was tangled and plastered to her face, so she couldn't tell whether or not the woman was looking at her. The blanket the woman wore bulged strangely. white feet poking out from under the hem. She was as white as a deep-sea creature that had never once seen sunlight. Between her feet, 2 more legs simply protruded. Worn-out leather shoes fell onto the floor. Those were the shoes Mr. Watanabe, the advisor, wore. She remembered how, even though everyone told him he should get new ones, he always scratched his head, smiling embarrassingly. A wet, awful sound. It was like a sticky mass flowing down a drain. Then she heard a cracking sound, like a house rattling. The advisor's legs convulsed faintly as they were gradually sucked inside the blanket. The stomach inside the woman's blanket bulged bizarrely, writhing as though it was a completely different being. Its movement was disgusting, making her feel nauseous. Suddenly, like a spring-loaded toy, the advisor's feet shot up, and the blanket-wearing woman fell to the floor. The woman stood openly naked. A thick liquid trickled down her white, melted wax-like skin. The advisor's feet poked out of her abdomen as though misshapen clay, and his face sank into her chest. What? The white flesh that enclosed his face trembled as it bulged. The face, with its expression of pain and fear, gradually sank into the flesh. Only his eyeballs remained visible on the surface of the skin, seeming to drift about as they hung from the woman's stomach. A lump swelled in her flank, stretching the skin until it split open. From the tear in the skin, out poked the advisor's right arm. The arm groped around blindly as though trying to grab onto empty space. The woman's pallid skin trembled as it moved about. Fingertips extended further as though trying to escape from the body. The nails at their tips grew rapidly. They kept growing longer, tangling like ivy and hanging down all the way to her feet. Ichiko pressed both hands against her mouth. But from the gap between her hands spilled an unstoppable scream. The woman sluggishly turned to look at her. "Don't take this ferry!" As Ichiko's vision began to fade, she remembered the strange warning. To be continued. What? Let's read chapter 2. Ichiro Nakajima. Bright wind / port deck. Alright, so this is now at minus 739. What? And so was that supposed to be a Yamibito who warned her not to get on the ferry? And this is like a Yamibito that's already on the boat, absorbing humans? But this is before the blood tsunami and before the gates of the underworld were even opened? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Strange occurrence, like the turning of a Mobius strip. Daily life and abnormality reverse. This might not be canon, that's true. The setting sun glittered red on the water. Ichiro Nakajima narrowed his eyes at the sparkle. Both hands on the iron guardrail on the ferry's port side deck, he watched the sea pass by. Despite the beauty of Mother Nature that lay before him, Nakajima's heart was full of melancholy. He had no idea what to do about the problem he was facing at such an age. He reached inside the pocket of his school trousers. The existence of the letter that his fingertips brushed against showed that it was real after all. There's something I'm really worried about. When Noriko had felt ill at dinner yesterday, and he had taken her to the first aid room, she slipped him the letter without anyone else noticing. Nakajima waited for midnight, making sure his classmates were all asleep, and then sneaked out of bed. Noriko waited for Nakajima under the dim emergency lighting, cradling her knees. She smiled, her face pale, trying not to open her mouth too much. It made him feel anxious. Nakajima waited with patience for her confession. Noriko opened her mouth to confide her troubles in him. It had a greater than expected impact on Nakajima, and he couldn't hide his intense trembling. even if he had, in a way, sensed the possibility this might be coming. A year ago, when he transferred to Kameyashino Middle School, his classmates surveyed him from a distance, unsure how to talk to a boy so obviously from the city. Nakajima, reluctant to transfer schools after his parents' sudden divorce, had completely given up on trying to make friends. And then, after school one day, one of the girls from his class stood in front of him as he was preparing to go home, blocking the way. "Join the tennis club, Nakajima. Weren't you in the tennis club at your old school?" Nakajima was irritated by and opposed to the girl trying to drag him off to the clubroom. "I don't know who you are, but will you stop trying to tell me what to do?" Unflinching at the sharp way he spoke to her, the girl kept trying to persuade him to go to the tennis club with her. At first, Nakajima felt depressed. Eventually, he gave in to her daily efforts of persuasion. The day he submitted his club application to the advisor and was on his way home, the girl appeared before him again. "I'm so happy. It'll be fun watching you play tennis," she said with a shy smile, then ran away. And Nakajima watched her, retreating back for ages. Because of this incident, Nakajima became well aware of Noriko. The writing is just... Nakajima let out a big sigh. He couldn't get the sound of Noriko's tearful voice out of his head. "What do I do? Ichiro, what do I do? I'm so scared." High school and university, along with a future full of boundless possibility, all of these options were rapidly being closed off. The Noriko he had given moral support to now felt as though she was stealing his future away from him. He saw the face of his father and his grieving mother, betrayed by her own son. "Tell me what to do. I have no idea." As thoughts swam through his head, Nakajima gripped the railing in front of him tightly. He held on with such force that the blood drained from his knuckles, turning them white. He felt as though if he let go, the vast sea before him would swallow him whole. A small raindrop fell onto Nakajima's cheek. Feeling a chill from the calming sea breeze, he suddenly felt as though the area had gotten dark. Looking up, he saw clouds floating in the sky that looked dark as mud. Soon after, a heavy rain began to fall. Looking around him, he saw that he was the only one on the port side deck. Had the other passengers guessed that rain was coming and gone inside? Compared to how quiet the sea had been only moments before, the waves had become fiercer. The boat tossed and turned so that even if he held onto the railing, he might have been thrown overboard. The rapid change in weather made Nakajima feel uncomfortable. An emergency announcement was broadcast throughout the ferry. "Oh, look at this. Oh, look at little dots. They're like piling up at the bottom." It's the power of Adobe Flash. On his way back inside, Nakajima headed toward the on-deck door. As he reached his hand out for the doorknob, a raging wave slammed against the side of the boat and it rocked violently. Losing his footing on the deck, slippery with the salty air, he slipped. Gripping the wall with one hand, Nakajima pulled himself back upright and made for the heavy iron door. A strong impact hit him on the back of the head. His vision blurred red and began to tunnel, and Nakajima sank into the deep black of unconsciousness. When he awoke, he was surrounded by deep, starless blackness. The rain had stopped, and the boat's fierce rocking had also subsided. Bringing his hand to the ache on the back of his head where the blow had connected, Nakajima stood up. How long was I out for? He held his left wrist up to his face. His watch was stopped at 4:44 p.m. That's not good. Looking down at the sea over the railing, he saw a black mass floating by the hull. He didn't know had happened or what was going on. Enduring the pain in his head, Nakajima continued back inside the boat. The feeling of the letter at his fingertips showed this was definitely real. The ship's interior was dim, lit only by emergency lights. Perhaps the power had gone off. He couldn't hear the usually incessant noise of the engine. The silence engulfed him. Suddenly, amidst the silence and darkness, Nakajima felt an instinctive fear. From the entrance, he could see a whitish lump on the stairs to the second floor. He set his gaze on it for some time, then realized it was a middle-aged woman? A passenger? The middle-aged woman was sitting on the stairs, head down, leaning against the wall. Her body trembled here and there, unnaturally, as she let out muffled sobs. What? As Nakajima approached her, her upper body shot back like a coiled spring. Nakajima's breath caught in shock. The woman's eyes widened, bright red and bloodshot. Our daughter was my husband and I's dearest treasure, you know. My husband trying to protect her caused such a fuss. Everyone was in such a fuss. It was so ridiculous. And I was so scared I couldn't move, and that woman... As the woman babbled meaningless words, drool frothed out of her mouth. A feeling of revulsion slithered through Nakajima's body. But the woman kept staring at the now empty space where Nakajima had been, continuing to mutter. Nakajima ran up the stairs to the second floor at once, leaving the woman alone. He stepped inside the second floor cabin corridor. Until he'd come here, he hadn't seen anyone beside the deranged middle-aged woman from before. The boat should have been packed with tourists, but everyone had vanished. Feeling a constricting panic, Nakajima's heart pounded like an alarm bell. The darkness surrounding him had a thickness to it, seeming to follow him. Something must have happened, and everyone was evacuated somewhere, that's all. As he tried to persuade himself of this, Nakajima walked along the long, dark corridor. He just wanted to see the face of someone familiar. The second class cabin door was open. All Nakajima could see through the half-open door was someone turning their head towards him. Remembering a pen light he'd bought at the gift shop before boarding the ferry, he dug it out of his pocket. He switched it on and aimed the beam of light at the figure. He could just about make out the pale face of his classmate, Kazuo Inada. Although suspicious of the unsteady frame sticking half out of the door, Nakajima breathed a momentary sigh of relief. What you doing, Inada? Why's the boat stopped? Where's everyone gotten to? In response to Nakajima's questions, Inada's eyes opened wide and his mouth flapped open and closed. It looked as though he was desperately trying to say something, but no voice came out. Suddenly a strong, rotten smell prickled at Nakajima's nose. It seemed to be coming from behind Inada, from inside the second-class cabin. As Nakajima reflexively covered his nose, the door opened wide. The entirety of Inada's upper body appeared in the corridor, and it looked as though there was a stark naked woman beside him, or behind him. It looked like some kind of sick joke. Inada's torso grew out of the woman's abdomen. His lower body had completely vanished inside her stomach, the joint covered with a white lump of flesh. From every part of the woman's body there haphazardly protruded human arms, legs, and hands, writhing around. The penlight fell out of Nakajima's hand and tumbled to the floor. What? Inada thrust his arms out as though trying to escape from the woman's stomach. The more he struggled, the deeper inside the flesh his body was sucked. Nakajima watched, unblinking. Time slowed down. The scene before him played out as though in slow motion. Inada held out both arms from the crawling mass of flesh, as though begging for help. He felt as though he heard a voice saying, "Help me, Nakajima." That moment, Nakajima snapped out of it and ran over, grabbing onto the arms. Exerting all of his strength and body weight as he tugged, the flesh emitted a ripping sound. Momentum knocked him onto his backside. Something like white lard sprayed into his eyes, and he blinked reflexively. This is disgusting. He'd been gripping Inada's arm in his hand, but his arms ended at the shoulders. The torn bases extended like a sugar sculpture, and from them, white juice dripped onto the floor. Nakajima screamed, but his voice would barely come out. With a mystified expression on her face, the woman looked back and forth from the hole in her stomach to Nakajima. He caught a glimpse of her face through her damp black hair. Her features were so beautiful she hardly looked real. Her skin, so fair, was almost transparent. Her big glistening eyes, her full lips like red petals. How are her features so beautiful when there's like a big hole in her stomach? I'm sorry. No commentary. Just read. The woman drew the corners of her moist lips up into a smile. It was a smile so sinister that it made the hair on his body stand up. The white arm extended smoothly, reminiscent of a mollusk. The woman's fingertips brushed against Nakajima's cheek. I have to get out of here, he thought, but his body wouldn't move an inch. Nakajima shut his eyes in despair. I can't get away. Then the shrill sound of the emergency bell cut through the air. For a moment, the woman's fingers paused. Nakajima didn't miss his chance. He used his momentum to spring up, turned on his feet, and fled at full speed. He ran down the long corridor, down the stairs, and through the door. Everything he saw was a blur. Feeling as though the woman was following him the whole way, Nakajima kept running desperately. Approaching the door in front of him, he slammed into it hard and dove out into the air beyond. Felt the sea breeze shifting through the night air. He was on the front deck. Of course, there were no passengers or crew about. Just him on deck with the sea and the darkness, which spread out around him like mud. Making sure that no one was behind him, Nakashima slumped to the ground. His lungs screamed, his head in so much pain it felt as though it would split. He knelt down, both hands on the ground, and vomited. Gross. Vomited violently. We got poop earlier, now we got vomit. His whole body trembled and convulsed as he threw up over and over until the stomach was empty. When he finished being sick, Nakajima's face was damp with tears and mucus. This ain't possible. Has everyone been eaten by that monster? Through a gap in the second-class cabin door, all he could see was several school uniforms scattered around the room. Noriko as well, he murmured, his voice cracking, hanging his head, and cradling it. Nakajima was filled with weariness and despair, unable to go on. He was still only a 14-year-old boy. It was too much for him to take. Occasionally screams echoed throughout the ship. He'd hear a bitter shout and sinister laughing, then after a while, all went silent again. Nakajima wrapped his arms around his knees and watched the dark sky and sea. His eyes were unseeing. How long had passed? Nakajima, it seemed like forever. From somewhere, he heard a faint, somehow familiar-sounding scream. Nakajima's numbness began to subside. That voice! Nakajima stood, looking up at the upper hull area from the front deck. A big window made of thick glass, and on the other side of it stood a figure in a school uniform. It was definitely Noriko. Nakajima felt the blood rush to his head. His blood vessels throbbed hard, his whole body so hot it felt like it was burning. Nakajima began to run toward the wheelhouse. Running up the dark, narrow stairs, Nakajima rushed into the wheelhouse. In the center, there stood a row of control panels, and in front of those was a glass window that stretched out 180 degrees. And nearby, where he had seen her standing, Noriko lay sprawled out on the floor. Beside her was a white shadow, a grotesque woman with tentacles of white flesh dangling from her abdomen. The mass of flesh approached Noriko, dragging them along the ground. Noriko! Nakajima bellowed with all the strength his trembling body could muster. He squared his upper body and charged at the woman with her head lowered. The woman dodged with surprising agility, attacking Nakajima. Nakajima's body flew through the air, slamming into the glass window. He crumpled to the floor. His vision grew hazy, and the taste of iron spread through his mouth. He put his hand to the back of his head, and his palm was smeared with liquid. Perhaps due to the large amount of adrenaline pumping through him, Nakajima felt no pain, but his body felt numb, and he couldn't move. The woman lost interest in Nakajima and began to head for Noriko once more. No, I've got to protect Noriko. In response to Nakajima's cry of pain, a single phrase echoed in his mind. Use the light. The voice seemed to be calling out directly to Nakajima from somewhere distant. It was the first time he'd ever felt anything like it in his life. As though by someone else's will, Nakajima's body began to move. Reaching for a signal lamp that had been positioned in the window frame, he aimed it at the grotesque woman. Pulling the trigger, a bright light emitted from the end. Caught in the beam of light, the woman threw her head far back, exposing her pale throat. A pained howl filled the wheelhouse. The woman threw herself to the ground as if trying to get away from the light. White smoke rose from her body as she crawled around, seeking the darkness. The woman dove into the darkness outside of the wheelhouse. The next second, he heard the sound of a heavy lump of flesh tumbling down the stairs. I protected Noriko. The thought made Nakajima feel elated, and he felt the strange force passing. For a moment, he stayed there, eyes closed. Gradually regained consciousness. Realizing he'd passed out, Nakajima desperately searched for Noriko through his blurred vision. Noriko lay a few meters away, in the same position as she'd been in before. It looked like she was still unconscious, but she didn't seem injured. He stared at Noriko. His brain sprang to life. Warm tears spilled down his cheeks. The tears kept coming. The blocks in his head and chest melted and were washed away along with the tears. I won't give up on you, Noriko. I'll protect you no matter what. We'll be together forever. Nakajima rushed over to Noriko and lifted her up. Her body was so heavy. Well, whatever that is didn't load. They screwed up the HTML. His vision clouded by tears, he saw Noriko's eyelids trembling slightly. Nakajima loved Noriko from the bottom of his heart. Noriko's eyelids opened. Shock showed in her eyes, and her face instantly went blue and pale. Nakajima didn't understand what it meant. He followed and reached out his hand to Noriko as she desperately tried to scoot away from him. Her body was so heavy, Nakajima thought. To be continued. Orazio, welcome. We're reading the short story Mystery of the Bright Wind, which may or may not be canon. It's kind of... Maybe I shouldn't have read this, but we've already come halfway. We're going to finish it. That was chapter 2. I have no idea what's happening or how this ties into anything. This seems completely unrelated to what we saw in the game. Like, let's read chapter 3, Curse. Ichigo Yagra, Bright Wind / Freight Room, -627. Like there's some new monster variety that was never in the game that was on the boat. But this is -6 hours before Blood Tsunami. Like the timing seems a little bit... I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it'll resolve all the questions. Maybe it'll just start to make sense. The warning became a curse, tracking down its prey, heading for the dedicated conclusion. So now, Ichigo awoke on the concrete. The smell of dust and mold filling her nostrils. She slowly opened her eyes. She felt a chill and shivered. Concrete had stolen her body heat, and Ichigo's body was freezing all over. Sitting up, she reached out to brush off her exposed legs. Her hand stopped midway. She remembered something terrible and unbelievable. Why had she been sleeping in a place like this? Where was she? As she woke up, a crushing anxiety quickly filled her chest. Something like a horrible nightmare. As she thought, she heard a rustling of damp clothes. She saw a figure out of the corner of her eye. Goosebumps instantly appeared in Ichigo's skin. She couldn't move. She kept silent, not even daring to exhale. Her throat constricted, her tongue stiffened and dried up. She turned her eyes toward the sound as though drawn by a magnet. Little by little, her eyes grew accustomed to the darkness. Ichiko saw her, the woman standing frozen there, clad in a slightly dirty blanket. And then she remembered. She remembered the strange incident she witnessed just before she lost consciousness. This isn't a dream. Her own frightened voice echoed in her head. Ichiko stood, leaping back, and ran. Absorbed, she ran through the empty room, surrounded by concrete walls on all sides. It was hard to move, like running through water. The next second, she banged into something and fell forward with a crash. The obstacle before her, it was the elevator door. She pressed the button over and over, almost punching it. It seemed like an eternity passed before the doors finally opened. Ichiko prayed as she felt something creeping up behind her. Hurry, 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 hurry! Ichiko dove through the space between the doors. She spun around and pressed the close button. On the other side of the closing door, she could see the woman approaching. The blanket that had covered her head had slipped down to her shoulders, her face poking out. Her wet black hair, her translucent white skin, her big glistening black eyes. It sounded as though her moist red lips were trying to utter something. The moment she spoke, the door slammed shut. The strength seeped out of Ichiko's body as she crumbled to the floor. The elevator was bare and dreary, perhaps used for transporting luggage. Ichiko sat with her legs crossed and stared at the blinking floor indicator above her head. Who was that woman? What had Ichiko been doing here? Been doing there? Various questions she couldn't understand swam around Ichiko's head. She trembled slightly, her teeth chattering. Trying to stop herself shaking, Ichiko wrapped her arms tightly around herself. The elevator arrived at B1F. The doors opened. Ichiko mustered her strength and stood. The corridor turned left ahead of the elevator. Turning the corner, she continued up the gloomy stairs. Looking over her shoulder, she checked that no one was following her. Turning back around, she shouted as loud as she could into the darkness that covered the stairs. Anyone? Is anyone there? Anybody? The only answer to Ichiko's call was the echo of her own voice. Making up her mind, she ascended the stairs and continued along the corridor that stretched out before her. She neither saw nor sensed anyone else inside the ship. Ichiko's sense of direction was muddled due to fear. Groping her way along the wall, Ichiko proceeded one step at a time. Opening the door, she found herself on the side deck. On the opposite side of the deck was the entrance. If she could get there, she might be able to find someone. Feeling a faint hope, she walked out into the darkness, onto the darkness-enveloped deck. There was a strangely fishy sea breeze. The boat had stopped. There was no one. Why is this only happening to me, she wondered. Ichiko walked with caution across the slippery deck, making it harder to move. She held on tightly with both hands, her whole body stiff. Got to get to the entrance. Making it across the deck, she opened the door that led inside the boat. Proceeding down the ship's corridor, she took a look around her. It was silent and dim inside the boat. Then, Ichiko caught sight of the glowing red lamp on the emergency bell. Clutching at straws, she pressed the button forcefully. After some light resistance, she felt the plastic cover break under her fingertips. The shrill sound of the emergency bell resounded throughout the room. Someone please, Ichiko thought, like a prayer. She waited for another person to show up. The alarm should have been sounded throughout the entire ship. Someone, 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 someone! Ichiko screamed inside Heart with all of her might. Ichiko screamed inside Heart with all of her might. You ever scream inside of Heart with all your might? Silence fell again, nothing changing. I'm alone here in the middle of the sea with nowhere to run, with some inhuman thing. Ichiko was filled with despair. She noticed a rotten, fishy smell drifting from some distance away. She was aware of it, but was afraid of finding out what it was. A white shadow approached from the other side. A naked body
with white, translucent skin emerged from the dimness. The woman had already thrown off her blanket. She had gotten there first! She was struck by severe dizziness and felt the strength leave her limbs. Ichiko didn't even try to put up a fight. She no longer had the strength to keep fighting her fear. The woman already stood right in front of Ichiko. Beneath the face she'd seen before, so beautiful it hardly looked real. The skin stretched out across her chest and split open. From the tear that ran from her chest to her abdomen, cloudy fluid spurted out and hit Ichiko in the face. Her tentacles. Where is this gonna... What? Her tentacles, like something on a strange sea creature, slimily stroked Ichiko's cheek. A muffled scream escaped from her mouth. With her scream, she heard loud laughter. It was an exclamation of joy. The one laughing was the face of a middle-aged woman that protruded from the woman's waist. In response, the countless arms and legs growing out of the woman's body writhed around violently as though in distress. She didn't want to see anymore. She didn't want to feel anymore. Ichiko shut her eyes tight and tried to convince herself it was a dream, or maybe a really strange nightmare. If it was a dream, the sooner she woke up, the better. Surely she would wake up in her bed like always. She'd smell the breakfast her mother was making and hear her shout up the stairs. And then she'd go to school like she always did and tell Noriko about the dream. Noriko would look at her and say in amazement, "You're still having such kiddie dreams, Ichiko? You read too much manga." There was no way this was real. The man-eating monster was just a product of her own imagination. It's a dream, so it won't hurt. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Ichiko waited for the moment when she would wake up. However long she waited, it didn't come. She slowly opened her eyes. There she saw the woman moving sluggishly, her back turned. Staring dazed at her, she heard a voice from behind. "Run, quickly!" It was the strange-sounding voice of a woman. Ichiko turned around. What met her eyes was a woman wearing a dirty blanket. The woman stared at Ichiko, breathing heavily. She had damp black hair, shockingly pale translucent skin, and big black cloudy eyes. It was another woman with the same face. Ichiko had no idea what was going on. She stood there, stunned, unable to move. The woman spoke to her as though pleading. "Please, trust me, hurry." She spoke with extreme difficulty, but the strong urging behind her words came through in the way she spoke. The woman's cloudy eyes locked onto Ichiko's. Feeling something, not fear, which she couldn't understand, Ichiko gave a small nod. With the woman's urging, she descended the stairs to the basement. Opening the door, she turned right and continued down the hallway. The woman walked along the dim passageway without hesitation. Seeing this, Ichiko thought it looked like she had her sights set on something. The woman stopped in front of a room with "Engine Control Room" written on the door and pointed inside. Following her, Ichiko entered the room. Hey, it's the room from the game. On the room's walls were rows of various gauges, and in the back right, there was a table and an old sofa. The woman sat Ichiko down on the sofa. Ichiko sat, silent and motionless, watching the woman. This woman, and the monster with an identical face to hers, they had to be associated. If she spoke, the woman might change completely, and this made her anxious. The woman also remained silent and stared at Ichiko. He stayed this way for a while, in total silence. Suddenly the woman put her hand on Ichiko's cheek. Tension ran through Ichiko's body like an electric current. Her cheek trembled with a start. Noticing this, the woman spoke. "Don't be afraid. It's all right." The woman smiled at her. It was like the smile of a loving mother. As Ichiko watched her face, she felt whatever it was that she had been frozen by break down. Questions began to pour out of her mouth, like a dam had been broken. Where is everyone? Why'd they disappear? What was that? Where are you? Ichiko shook off the woman's hand. We were born as mother's messengers, both of us, together, she murmured, looking down at the ground. The woman's speech, which had at first been clumsy, gradually became fluent. We were in the sea. When we woke up, we were in here. She awoke first. As she listened to the woman talk, Ichiko remembered the crew members' conversation. But I wish we hadn't picked up something so nasty. It's nothing special. It's not nothing special at all. Had they been talking about dragging two identical drowned bodies out of the water together? And then the corpses had revived separately, and the drowned body that had awoken first had done something to the passengers and crew? As Ichiko was lost in thought, the woman kept talking. In the sea, she was influenced by, so she is trying to build a strong shell for herself. We're each only half of the other, so we're weak, fragile. Ichiko didn't understand most of what the woman was saying. I don't really understand what you're talking about, Ichiko murmured, and the woman touched her cheek again, eyes closed. And as she did so, something slipped into Ichiko's consciousness. Overwhelming darkness itself flooded her awareness like a muddy stream. Chaotic darkness, shapeless forms, an infinitely expanding, narrow space. A world of nothingness in which none of her five senses functioned. All there was absolute darkness, beyond what her comprehension. Glimpsing this world for not even a second pushed Ichiko over the edge into an abyss of fear. Her body shook violently, her eyes opened wide, her mouth hanging open, and she screamed, "Ah!" When Ichiko regained consciousness, the woman was still staring at her. "I'm sorry, I frightened you. That is where I was born." The woman murmured apologetically and stood. "There is no time. All of you must get out of here as quickly as possible. This ship has entered a rift. It's trapped. Quickly, before the rift shifts again." Ichiko was still shaking. She couldn't understand a word the woman was saying. She didn't know what was going to happen to her. In such an extreme situation, Ichiko had no choice but to go along with the woman. As they were leaving the room, the woman suddenly collapsed, like a puppet with severed strings. Her face contorted in agony, and she breathed heavily. "Are you okay? What's wrong?" Ichiko reflexively rushed over to her. Ichiko put her arms around the woman, trying to lift her. Her blanket was wet through with thick, fishy-smelling liquid. Under the damp blanket, she could feel something writhing around. Ichiko instantly withdrew her hand and backed away. "My shell will break soon." The woman removed the blanket by herself. White shoulders appeared. The blanket fell to the ground. What is this? Her naked body was covered with smooth skin, and reaching from her chest to her stomach was a white lump. The lump, with bumps that resembled a face, wriggled around. Each time it moved, a large amount of melted flesh dripped onto the ground. The woman muttered something softly, then she closed her eyes and fell silent. She crouched down, small shivers running through her body. Ichiko could do nothing but stand and stare. The woman looked up. Her beautiful face was twisted in agony. Her breathing ragged, she pleaded in a cracked voice. "Quickly, get out of here. Use the little boat and get far away from here." The little boat? Did she mean the lifeboat she'd seen on the starboard deck? Ichiko put her arms around the woman's shoulders again. "Then let's go together." The woman shook her head weakly. "I will return to nothing. Like she was influenced, I have felt the influence here of humans. We and humans are completely different. It's a strange, familiar feeling I don't understand. When I found you, I didn't want you to go away. There's still some human in me. Before the rift disappears, get out of here together. Before you're trapped. You can't stay here." She could hear the sound from some distant place of the rumbling of the sea. The rumble rippled through the whole area. Ichiko recalled the image the woman had shown her. Ichiko's instincts told her that the darkness, draining all color, was approaching. Ichiko knew that this was a second warning. The boat rocked unsteadily, and she could hear the loud sound of the water. Ichiko began to run. She went at full speed so as to outrun the darkness. If she stayed still, it might catch her. This time, she couldn't let the warning be in vain. Ichiko didn't realize that she was only continuing down the path to the destination created by the curse. It doesn't say to be continued. I just can't go forward. Chapter 4, Demise. Noriko Kifune, Bright Wind Wheelhouse -1. What? This is very silly. The cruel drama draws to a close. A squelching sound, like something being chewed, echoed in the darkness. She felt a thick, slimy liquid dribble down her cheek. Noriko Kifune's eyes widened, her face contorted in an expression of fear. Ichiro Nakajima's face stared down at her from above. "I'll protect you no matter what, Noriko. We'll be together forever and ever," Nakajima's face said. His voice was muffled and hard to make out, like he was speaking underwater. He turned his head impatiently left and right, following her as she backed away. Each time he did so, it made an unpleasant sounding noise, melted white flesh plopping onto the ground. From Nakajima's neck down, there was only empty space. Buried in the chest of a grotesque woman, though she found it difficult to call the being still human, Nakajima's face squirmed after Noriko. Nakajima jerked out his jaw, and a tentacle of soft white flesh wrapped around his neck. The tentacle, its surface pulsating repulsively, melded with Nakajima's skin, combining them into one. "What's the matter, Noriko? Noriko!" Nakajima's face spoke again with an anxious expression. As he did so, a bizarrely elongated white tongue lolled out of his mouth. A huge amount of rotten-smelling mucus dribbled off of it. At that moment, the string holding Noriko's sanity bound together snapped with a crack. Gross. Noriko got to her feet unsteadily, wearing a vacant expression. "Ichiro? Ichiro? Ichiro? Ichiro?" She called Nakajima's name as though delirious. Her eyes were unseeing, her gaze wandering in space. Noriko slowly held out both arms to Nakajima's face. Just as her fingertips were about to make contact with his face, something grabbed Noriko's ankle. It held on tightly and jerked her down onto her back. The creature's fleshy tentacles had wrapped around Noriko's ankle. Even as she was dragged across the floor, Noriko simply continued to mutter Nakajima's name. "Noriko!" Nakajima's face cried in anguish, swinging wildly left and right. His fully extended tongue hit the floor with a wet smack. Noriko floated in midair in an unnatural pose, suspended by one leg. The tentacle let go. Noriko flew across the room. She slammed into the corner of the wheelhouse, the area leading to the stairs. Before she even had time to feel the impact, she tumbled down the stairs, covered with a melted wax-like liquid. Mucus-like cloudy sludge had accumulated at the foot of the stairs. Noriko landed in it. The liquid that was scattered from the wheelhouse to the bottom of the stairs gave off the same rotten smell that came from the creature. It's clearly a fluid coming out of the creature's body, and strangely it cushioned the blow to Noriko's body. The moment she fell, Noriko had immediately protected her stomach. Both arms were wrapped around her abdomen. Something inside her felt strange. It was an odd sensation. It seemed like it was happening to someone else, like a tiny fish was splashing around inside her. This brought Noriko back to her senses. A desire to live so strong it made her crazy flowed like a torrent through Noriko. The footsteps of the creature echoed from above as it slowly descended the stairs. Enduring the pain, Noriko tried to stand, but her legs were too weak. She crawled along the slimy, mucus-covered floor, proceeding down the corridor. Sensing a presence approaching from behind her, the hairs on the back of her neck prickled. No! Absolutely no way! She'd seen many people resist in vain and meet their ends on the boat, filled with agonizing screams. Her chances of escaping from a monster that even a large group of adults couldn't fight were endlessly small. Even still, part of her, beyond reason, her instincts, spurred Noriko on. Bark, bark. Bark, bark. Barely managing to stand, she opened the door in front of her. Suddenly she saw something that resembled a pale snake pass by out of the corner of her eye. Swallowing a scream, she turned and shut the door forcefully. Noriko felt something crushed with a squelch. She could see a white, fleshy tentacle writhing like a snake trapped in the door. How many times are they going to say white, fleshy tentacle? White, fleshy, squelching, white flesh, white, pale, fleshy, squelching tentacle. Probably at least 30 more times. Caught between the door and the wall, the tentacle was severed and fell at Noriko's feet. From the section flowed a thick, sticky liquid. A bunch of jet black hair crept out. White teeth fell out from inside the tangled hair. Feeling bile rise in her throat, she turned away. Continuing down the dark passage, stretching out to her left, she opened another door. On the other side of the door was the forward deck, filled with pitch black darkness. The darkness was so profound it was impossible to tell where the seas ended and the sky began. Noriko momentarily drew back. A fishy sea breeze wrapped around her body as though it had mass. With momentary hesitation, Noriko ran out onto the forward deck. She applied her body weight to the door, trying to close it, but it wouldn't shut. She used more force. But the door kept slowly opening bit by bit from the inside. That odor, a smell that reminded her of rotten fish, wafted out through the opening. Keeping her eyes fixed on the door, Noriko backed away. The door slowly opened and the pale creature emerged into the darkness. The woman's face had already melted into a fleshy white lump. It was impossible to know what she looked like. The countless human limbs and tentacle-like protrusions all melded together, squirming and entangling. Sticky fluid dribbling down the surface of its body, the creature pushed its way onto the forward deck. Nakajima's face was still buried in his chest. He was silent, eyes closed, resembling an elaborate death mask. The creature drew nearer. Noriko matched its movements, retreating. Back, 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 back. The deck slippery, wet with salt water, Noriko lost her balance and tripped. Something hard struck her on the back. Looking around her, she saw a steel fence curving around the forward deck. On the other side of it was the sea, so black it seemed to melt into the darkness. It was as dark as the depths of the underworld. The creature extended a tentacle toward Noriko, an expression of despair appearing on the cornered girl's face. Its tentacle crawled across her body as she pulled back, as though licking her. The discomfort was so strong she felt like she was about to lose consciousness, and she suppressed the returning nausea. As though hesitating, the tentacle stopped at Noriko's abdomen. She saw its momentary pause clearly. Noriko reflexively let out a breath. As she did so, the tentacle slipped quickly under the hem of her... What the heck? This is not what I wanted to read. This is not what I wanted to read. The soft white tentacle melted her skin, invading Noriko's stomach. It throbbed and wiggled like the stomach of a caterpillar as it passed through her, and she felt it enter her. What? This is somebody's fetish, dude. This is not good. She tried to grab the tentacle with both hands and tear it out, but it wouldn't come out. She felt no pain. All she felt, suffocated and unable to move, was heat began to spread through her stomach. The inside of her head was foggy and blank, her body weak. Feeling a sensation like joy, Noriko closed her eyes. Not even knowing whether she was standing or lying down, she was enveloped in the sticky fluid. I didn't know this was just a straight up porno. Like, I did not know that this story was just a porno. Noriko's consciousness faded and then something caught her attention. I did not know this ahead of time. Noriko, run! Hearing a voice, Noriko opened her eyes a crack and looked up. Nakajima's face in the center of the translucent white lump of flesh obstructing her view was shouting, "We got the white lump of flesh is back." Now Nakajima's eyes were wide open. Ichiro? Noriko murmured softly. Dragging along Nakajima's face, chin up, the creature's body headed toward the iron railing. The tentacle left Noriko's body. The creature leaned over the railing and continued turning in a circle. It looped back in a curve, going over the railing and falling into the sea. The whole ship lurched hugely. A moment passed. There was a loud splash. Ichiro! She screamed over the railing. Spray rose from the water's surface, splashing Noriko all over. The spray subsided, the water going calm. The huge white body drifted to the surface. In the center of it was Nakajima's face. His eyes were closed. Suddenly, the black-stained surface of the sea began to tremble and swell like jelly. Strange black waves, no, things that resembled waves, filled the water and simultaneously surged upon the creature's body. The writhing, trembling black masses seemed to emit cries of joy as they covered the creature's entire body. They appeared endlessly, one after... There was no tentacle abuse in the game, in either of the games. This is wholly unnecessary. The writhing, trembling masses seemed to emit cries of joy as they covered the creature's entire body. They appeared endlessly, one after another. The creature, set upon by the countless swarm of lumps, sank back beneath the waves, along with Nakajima's face. Still gripping the iron railing with both hands, Noriko slid to the floor. Ichiro. She began to sob uncontrollably. Still staring at the black depths that swallowed the creature and Nakajima, she continued to wail. She wrapped her arms around herself, the one whose life Nakajima had given his all to save. But Noriko had no idea what she was supposed to do next. Suddenly, the crouching Noriko was illuminated by a beam of white light. Used to the darkness, she was blinded by its brightness. The patter of trainer-wearing footsteps approached. Withstanding the pain it caused her eyes, she looked intently in the direction the light was coming from. Her eyes gradually adjusted, and she was able to make out a silhouette. The familiar trainer's school uniform, hair and pigtails. As she absent-mindedly watched the figure, she suddenly felt her shoulders being violently shaken. Noriko, we have to get out of here, hurry! Before her eyes was the face of Ichiko Yagura, who held a torch. Ichiko, is that you? Noriko murmured her friend's name in disbelief. She couldn't keep up with what was going on. Come on, Noriko, stand up quickly. We have to hurry, or it'll... Ichiko linked arms with a stunned-looking Noriko. She desperately tried to stand up. Everyone's... Ichiro, too. Ignoring Noriko's repeated sobs, her head down, Ichiko pleaded with her in a firm voice. You're always helping me out, so this time I'll help you. Get up, quickly. You can't just give up. Ichiko was always timid, keeping her eyes on the ground, but now there was a strong determination in those eyes. Noriko gave a small nod, mustering all of her strength and standing. Ichiko and Noriko arrived at the starboard deck. If we get on this, we can get out of here. Illuminated by Ichiko's torch was a small lifeboat that had been installed in the ship. As Ichiko moved closer to the railing to examine the lifeboat mechanism, the boat gave a big lurch. The sea swelled hugely as though swallowing something, striking the ship. The torch Ichiko had been holding fell into the sea. It lit up the madly raging sea, dyed bright red. Right away, Noriko, clinging to the iron railing, her head Ichiko's scream. Heard Ichiko's scream? Ah! Ichiko was on the other side of the railing. The hand that was grabbing onto the top of the railing slipped. At once, Noriko ran over and grabbed onto Ichiko's hand. With all her might, Noriko tried to pull Ichiko up. It hurt so much, it felt like her shoulders would tear off. Her ribs, pressed up against the railing, creaked. Gritting her teeth, she took the pain. I've had enough of this. Just let Ichiko at last be okay. Or at least be okay. As Noriko tried with all of her strength to haul Ichiko up, a pain ran through her stomach. Again, that sensation returned. The grip of Noriko's hand gripping onto Ichiko's slackened. Ichiko's eyes stared into Noriko's. Ichiko's hand slipped down her arm. Inside my stomach. Ichiro's. Noriko murmured, an anguished expression on her face. Ichiko's hand gripped onto the bracelet on Noriko's wrist, their matching bracelets symbolizing their constant promise to be friends forever. The moment the bracelet snapped, Noriko let go of Ichiko's hand. No! Ichiko's scream made the air tremble and then ceased. You're in there, aren't you? Noriko heard a woman's voice say from behind her. Turning around, she saw a figure wearing a dirty, stained blanket. Even through the blanket, she could tell that her body was trembling slightly. The moment she heard the voice, she felt that she was under someone else's control. Something else's control. Her lips moved, not of her own volition, and she spoke. Listen, it's Mother's voice. The whole area shook violently, surrounded by a thunderous roar. The Red Sea howled, and then a siren sounded. The siren has sounded. The Red Sea, filled with red water, drifting, 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 drifting. She could hear a woman speaking in a whisper. That girl's dying scream broadened the rift. Mother is angry. Where will we go when the rift closes? Its desire tired me. I want to sleep a little, till I awaken again. The rift is closing. Oh, I can see that girl. I will meet her again. The voices stopped. Her consciousness began to fade. Melting, 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 melt. Sheriff Ram, thank you for the resub. We're just doing some light reading here. Thank you for the 22-month resub. We're just doing some light reading. Shikai News, August 4, 1986, Morning Edition. Survivor of the Bright Wind has been discovered. The ship is still missing, and it's thought that there is no chance of finding further survivors. It has been announced by the Coast Guard that at around 4 p.m. on the 3rd, a single survivor was rescued from the sea off the coast of Yamajima Island. The girl rescued miraculously found floating in the sea is Miss Noriko Kifune, 14, a second year, Kame Yoshino Middle School. Fairy mysteriously disappears. Middle school girl miraculously saved. For some time, the incident made headlines as an unprecedented mystery. The search for the ferry, which suddenly vanished, and its passengers was incredibly troublesome. Noriko, the only survivor found, had lost all of her memories concerning the incident. Due to the fact that she was a minor, aggression from the media was restrained by the law, and for several months public attention turned to other matters. Noriko's mother watched her daughter wearing a complicated expression. Her daughter, who at such a young age had such a heavy burden to bear. Noriko held 2 small babies, one cradled in each arm. 2 irreplaceable lives. In exchange for them, Noriko had lost so many things. Attuned to their mother's feelings, the 2 babies smiled at her, perhaps to alleviate her grief. In response, the young woman murmured in a low voice, Ryuko, Ikuko. For a brief while, there's peace. And then, waking at the end of a peaceful sleep, the nightmare seems to begin again. The end. Oh. It explains everything. Everything's pretty clear. I don't. That was. I don't think that was very good. Just me personally. Like, the most glaring thing was just the writing was very bad. And not even, like, necessarily the content. It definitely went in a direction I was not expecting. I did not expect them to establish that Ikuko and Ryuko are demon babies born when a white fleshy monster tentacle raped Noriko on the boat. Like that, you don't need there's no reason to put that. There was no reason to include that. It did, but okay. That was the mystery of the Bright Wind. What? So the boat. What? So the boat sailed into a rift and everybody disappeared mysteriously? Maybe they got eaten by the white fleshy lump, which was born from the mud, but where there's like hundreds of people on these boats, and no. All right. Huh. Well, that was the Bright One. That was the mystery of the Bright One. I honestly. Kind of wish I hadn't read that. It seemed, just the writing felt like it was written by like somebody without a strong grasp of English. It was just Ichiko turned around. Ichiko looked back. Ichiko walked forward. Ichiko felt distressed. The distress distressing Ichiko caused her to walk forward. A lot of like very short, terse sentences, always starting with the character's name. It's just very poorly written. Just very poorly written. It just whatever. I like the game. That's not a good way to end the experience with Siren 2. What was the deal with Otoshigo? He just some other. I don't know. Well, much to think about. Much to think about. I think ending it on the explosive poop would have been fine, personally. Even that's unnecessary. I mean, obviously it's unnecessary. It's just silly comedy. the Rambo. I think the endings. I think the content in the game itself was more than enough. Like this seems that website was just kind of extraneous. I'm just going to open up the brain valves and just let that pass right through and out the other end. I'm just not going to dwell on that too much. That was certainly yeah. Just memory hole that one. I think this game is incredible. I think Siren 2 is awesome. I think Siren 2 is a really good video game. It's very different. Very, very different. Let's move over here. It's very different from the first game in a number of different ways that make the experience of playing it very different from playing the first game. I think the first game is much more effective at being a horror game. I think the first game's story comes together in a more satisfying way at the end. I think the first game's gameplay is more in tune with the themes and the story and the intended emotion that the player should feel. The first game is much more you're helpless. In the first game, there's not nearly as much of an emphasis on attacking enemies and shooting them with guns and fighting your way through stuff. The first one, it's much more you are a helpless, you're outside of your own world of understanding. I can't help but remember all the times in the first game where you're playing as literal children who can't fight back even if they wanted to. And you have to really slowly and carefully use your sight jacking to look around and learn the zombies' routes and just weave through very carefully. The lack of checkpointing, the less generous checkpointing in the first game as well created a heightened sense of anxiety in the player when you're doing these very difficult stages where you're unsure of even what you're supposed to be doing. And you know if you fail after trying to get somewhere for 20 minutes, you're going to have to do it all over again. It creates an interesting, heightened sense of anxiety in the player, which matches the tone of the story better, because the story is much more unsettling and creepy. So I think the first one I might prefer over this one, but again, they're very different games too. They're very different games as well. The second game, it builds on the mechanics introduced in the first one in very interesting ways. I really do like the things they do differently with the sight jacking. You know, how you can possess people with sight jacking or use flashbacks, or the whole Shu sequence when Shu is blind and you got to sight jack the dog to see where he's going. That sort of stuff was incredible. I just feel like they didn't really take it and explore that as much as they should have, and instead you're playing as army dudes with machine guns and you're blasting them and you're blasting them and it's a lot more blasting enemies. And then the Yamibito show up and you're just blasting them and you're blasting them and you're blasting them, and it floods the later stages in the game with Yamibito as like this new terrifying evil presence that's going to take over the world. But you literally just turn your flashlight on, shine them in the face, and then run around them. It's like, again, juxtaposing it, comparing it to the first game. The first game, you get to the end of the game, and it's just Shibito, but they're like morphing into like hideous monstrosities, and you're playing as a scared, helpless kid, and they just destroy you, and they actually feel like a threat. But the second game here, you get to the end and they don't feel like a threat. The player has been empowered so much, and the new enemy types are so kind of trivial to get through, and dying or failing missions is not punishing whatsoever. So it doesn't create that same feeling of tension, that same feeling of anxiety that makes an effective horror game. It's just an action game in a horror setting. It's still really cool though. Like, I still really like it. I just think the first game is a bit better. And it's a sequel though. And sequels are different. It's good that it tried new things, took it in a different direction. I'm thinking infamous action movie sequels. I can't help but think of Alien and Aliens, the movies. The first Alien, awesome movie. A suspense-filled, scary movie. Very simple, but a suspense-filled, scary movie. The second movie, Aliens, also an awesome movie, but they turn down the suspense and the scare and turn up the action and the guns and the excitement. And they're very different movies trying to set out to do different things, but they're both really good. They're really good. They're just different. I feel the same way with Siren and Siren 2. They're trying to do different things. I like the time travel plot in this one. Like, I really enjoy the way the story is presented in these games. It's such a unique approach to telling a narrative with the whole non-linear. You play at -3, then you jump over here to +9, then -2, then +4, and you're constantly shifting perspectives and times and just jumping all over the place. Makes the story itself into a puzzle that you're solving as you play the game. And you're constantly wanting to play more and more just to get more little puzzle pieces to see how they fit in, and like understanding more and more, which recontextualizes earlier cutscenes that you saw the first time with no clue what's happening, but then once you've seen these other ones, okay, now you can go back and yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that's why that happened. It's a really fun and satisfying way to write a story. The time travel was a little bit goofy and silly. And it felt like there was some needless things in the second game. Like Left Empty mentioned, it seems like there are things in the second game that are just there to reference the first game. Like, I don't yet know why Shibito or even On have anything to do with Siren 2. They're just there. They're just there because it's Siren 2, it seems like. That's cool. I liked it. I like these games. Good stuff. Fun games. Now that it's all said and done, I think I probably prefer the first one over the second one. But they're both really fun. Such good stuff. I guess with the second one as well, the way it leans more into action and gunplay, the game itself doesn't feel good enough to play. There's like a rough sort of jankness to it as you play, which I don't mind at all. I'm fine with it. I love janky games and controls, but like a lot of the things in the game, you have to wait for animations to play out, which makes movement feel clunky. The auto aiming when you're using the guns, constantly you'll be shooting at something and it'll just spin you over here and auto aim at that, then auto aim at that, then do all that nonsense. The camera at times, you just don't see anything. At times the camera's really bad. So you'd think if they're leaning more into an action style of game, they would. I feel like it'd be better if they shored up those bits just to make it more fun to actually play. But like the main driving factor for me was just the story and the setting and figuring out the pieces of the lore. The gameplay itself, it was still pretty fun. It's just a little rough. And if you're gonna make an action-based game, I feel like the game. We're gonna have to play Siren Blood Curse, yeah. Siren Blood Curse. We'll play that. We'll plan on playing that in October. Siren Blood Curse is the PS3 remake of the first one. The first Siren game. But I understand it changes a fair amount. I'm excited for it though. I'm excited. I kind of want to play Slitherhead like when it comes out. The game looks really cool. The game looks wild. I find the tennis trophy. Yeah, we got that was one of the archive entries. We got the tennis trophy with the guy that just runs around the boat. It was very silly. It was very goofy. We got the tennis trophy. Yeah, Blood Curse. I'll plan on playing Blood Curse next October. We'll figure out how to get it running. I'm sure PS3 emulation will just work. I'm sure it'll just work. Anyway, there we go. Siren 2. Really good game. Really good game. A really cool game. Really fun. Really good. Absolutely wild. Awesome game. Good stuff. Thank you for watching. That's that. That's that. Yeah, I can finally turn the lights on and get out of the cave. We can finally officially end Spooky Scary Month. We played a lot of cool spooky scary games. Not really. We didn't really play many spooky scary games. Faith. I'm so happy I played Faith. And we played No. We played Swag Man. We played Aliens, the computer game. Played Swag Man. I played No. No was kind of... No wasn't very scary. No was silly. Anyway. November can officially begin now, yep. So, thank you all for watching. I want to keep streaming again this week. I'll stream again tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, probably Saturday as well. Full rampage of streams. What I want to do for the month of November, yeah, like Ray says, in the Discord there is a game suggestion channel for people to post games to suggest. That channel has been there for a couple of years, and I have not really played hardly any games from it. So there exists hundreds of games here in this channel that people have suggested. I think we gotta play some of them. I think we're gonna go with community suggestion gaming for a while. There are tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of really awesome and exciting games that people think would be right up my alley. We'll probably do some suggestions. It'll be a variety. We'll do some Steam games, some microcomputer games, some Amiga games, maybe some puzzle games. I got like 10 of them lined up already. I've been making a list here. So we'll start on that tomorrow. Yeah. And we gotta squeeze in some Dizzy gaming for sure. Oh, Slitterhead. Yeah, Slitterhead comes out this week. I might be tempted. We might do some modern gaming. It looks really cool. Anyway, thank you all for watching. That's Siren 2. I'm done. We'll close the book on this game. Thank you for the resubs. Thank you for the cheers. Thank you for the follows. Thank you, Cactus Bee, for the raid earlier. We did it. Gaming is done. Let's get out of here. I'll raid somebody else here. That game was so cool, dude. Siren 2 is awesome. Again, this... I do think I prefer the first one, but that's not to say that the second one's bad. Like, this game is so cool. This game was so much fun to play. I really liked this game. It was so cool. It was so cool. This game is so cool. But it's not the first game. It's not the first game. It's important to say, to highlight the fact it's a different game. It's a very different game for a number of reasons. And I think I prefer the first one over the second. but they're both really good. Let's get out of here. Thank you for watching. I'm going to do a raid and then run away and go eat some food. Oh, speaking of modern gaming, this looks awesome. Murphigator is just starting his stream. Murph is playing the new Metal Slug Tactics that just came out. This game looks so cool too. Video games are awesome. Metal Slug Tactics. I haven't played a good tactics game in such a long time. I'm trying to remember the last tactics game I even played. We'll check out Metal Slug Tactics on Murphigator's channel. Take care, everybody. Thank you for watching. Have a great night. We'll be back tomorrow with more games. Farewell. See you later. Adios. Bye-bye.